Yo, what up, chat? Good morning. Good morning. Happy Friday. What's up, everybody? Well, that's a lot louder than I expected it to be in my ears. Hello, though. Satan, what is up? Just FPGA. Hello. What is up, everybody? Happy Friday. How are we? Ooh. I don't know if you guys can see the most adorable little thing. Hold on, let me see if I can. You ready for this, chat? Look at this. You look at this little guy right there. Look at him. Look at him right there. You see the kitty? Oh, Satan, thank you for the 10K rep up. Does anyone see this little boy right here? Alex, how's it going? Hello. Look at him. He's just sitting here, sleeping. You good, buddy? He's like, I'm chilling, Dad. Oh, Fonzie. Literally the light of my world, this cat. All right, let me. He's so sweet. Hold on, let me see. I don't think I can zoom in on him. I don't know if you guys can see, but he's right here, right in the top right hand corner of the Keeb cam. Okay. What is up, everybody? How's it going? Sorry, I got distracted playing with my cat. He's just looking at me like, why'd you stop? Sorry, buddy. I got to stream. Happy Friday, though, everyone. How's it going? Hello. I hope you guys have had a good week. Hope you guys have had a productive week. You know, all that good stuff. Yeah, he's a sweetheart. He's a little sweet boy. Whoa, he mewed. Why are you musing? What? I'm making the mistake of trying to write blogs with using ChatGPT. I've heard about that. I think Orca brought it up in our Discord. What is that? I'm assuming it's like AI writing essentially. All right, well, I'm already working on stuff, so we're just going to go ahead and jump right back into it. Oh my God. What? ChatGPT is like Nyx? Why would you compare those two? How is that possible? I don't even understand how that relates. How is ChatGPT whatever like Nyx? This doesn't make sense to me. Inexpensive, what's up, man? How's it going? Hello. Why am I not able to see internal resource? Wait, what? Oh, fartsicles. I see. So I'm going to have to do not command star. Oops. Oh, come on now. Stop it. There it is. Oh, no, that's not it. Farts. All right. I hate this stuff. No, that's not right either. How do I set this get ignore to where it will see my main.go? Yeah. So that's why that's not there. It's because it was being ignored. Farts. Chat GPT is just that, AI chat. Like a subject I can't hear about. Avi, you're funny, buddy. You're funny. You crack me up. In the best way possible. I love it. You're like a true engineer through and through. I really do appreciate it. Shirt game strong. Yeah, you like my shirt? I got it at TwitchCon. Check it out. Although, like, this is kind of shoddy craftsmanship, in my opinion. Right? Like, come on, man. Make the heart, like, at least work right. But yeah, this is it's got all Street Fighter stuff on it. Look at that. All Street Fighter. See that? And then yeah, Twitch. This was like a This was like an exclusive at TwitchCon, and so me and Atoda bought them because, duh. Because of course we would. Of course we would buy Street Fighter-esque like shirts. Of course we would. Saw the shirt first, thought it was vegan for a second. Yeah, this is definitely a vegan shirt. That's fair. I'll take that as a compliment. Control Byte. I will definitely take that as a compliment. Vegan is family, man. Vegan is the homie. I'll take that as a compliment though. Shirt game strong again. Thank you for the pin. I didn't even know you could do that. I had no idea. Dude, Twitch just keeps adding features that I'm just not aware about. Yo, what's up though, Inexpensive? How's it going? Best case for Chat GPT. What is this? Well, Chat GPT's AWIM policies. Holy shit. I have an IAM role with the following policy. However, I can access it with substance. The resource element and statement IAM attached to your IAM role is using an ARN of which means that the policy is only granting permissions. Holy shit. This is through AI. This is through AI. I don't believe you. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Okay, so somebody said, I have an AWS IAM role with the following policy. They paste the IAM role, and then they said, I get an error. What is the problem? Right? The resource element, the first state. Okay. That's interesting. DevOps is dead, man. Time to switch to AI and ML. Don't say that, bro. You're literally putting me out of a job. I don't know if I have an open. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't really mess with AI that often. I really don't. What is Nix and why would I care? Nix is a package manager for... Well, see, the second part is like... I don't think if Chat GPT could respectfully give you the second part. I feel like that's more perceptual. Nix is a package manager for Linux and other operating systems. Allows you to easily install, upgrade, manages using a package manager can make it easy to install you. You know what's funny though? Okay, I was about to say it doesn't really talk about Nix, but it does at the end there. For some reason, many people find Nix to be first. Oh, I thought it said for some reason. I thought it said for some reason people find Nix. I was like, damn. How is Nix better than PyM? Oh, come on, bro. What are you at? Why are you asking these questions? These aren't. You ask loaded questions, Avi. Nix and PyM serve different purposes, so it's not really fair to Yes! Oh my god! That's hilarious, dude. That's fucking hilarious. The AI is answering me. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. So it's not really fair to compare the two. That's actually massively impressive. I didn't even read that part. Package manager, package managers like Nix are useful. Dude, that's fucking crazy. So like, does this mean it's just like scraping README docs and then taking context and like merging them together into the form of words? You see what I'm saying? Like what are the sources here? Like, is the source just the fucking internet? Like, because I will say this, like a lot of this feels like README. Like if I actually look at this like an engineer, this feels like README documentation. I'm just going to say it through and through. The way that it speaks, it feels like a README. Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is just like, no, it says it's not connected to the internet. Well, it's got to be getting its data from somewhere. Like, I'm sorry, but AI isn't that fucking good. It's got to be getting its data from somewhere. So maybe it's been slowly training over a period of time over the same data set or something. But I would be very interested in knowing like how it even knows about Nix. It's not like it doesn't know anything and then it just created a world where Nix was created. If that's the case, then we have to talk about determinism. And that's like a whole other problem. Like, you see my point? I'm not even talking technically here. I'm talking like scientifically at this point. Like, it either knows about Nix in some way, shape, or form, or like it's hit God mode and now it's just recreating the world, and you know, everything is truly deterministic. Yeah, beyond my training data. The training data is what I'm curious about. I got that response when I asked, how is ChatGPT? I am not able to browse the internet and have knowledge about specific technologies, applications behind my training data. I can only provide general information about topics within my training data. I don't get it. Yeah, then how is Nix in its training data? That's what I don't understand. Like, literally, how is Nix in there? And the only thing I can think of is, yeah, it's like, maybe it's determined. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know ML and AI, dude. It's probably trained on Hacker News threads. I mean, it's got to be trained on something, right? Again, or we're talking about determinism, which is a completely different conversation. All right. Well, you know what? I don't care about AI right now because I'm still the one building all this fucking automation myself. So, so let's just get back to that. Okay. So, chat. I am working on getting the rest of our. There's some nerd loves Nixon as well and included in the data. And like that, I believe. Honestly, that I fully believe, because Nix is like such a cult in a lot of ways. It really is a cult. Like not a bad one. Like it's a good one, but it's definitely is a little bit of a cult to say the least. Okay, so what have we got so far, chat? What have we got so far? Don't you dare tell me I'm logged out. Don't you fucking dare to. Listen, I deal with this enough at work. All right, you don't gotta kick me out of my account every 5 minutes because you think you need to. I deal with this enough at work. All right. Hold on one second, chat. Yo, Avi, thanks for stopping by, bud. Seriously. I will talk to you soon, man. Hopefully I was helpful, by the way, in that thread. I hope I was. I try not to be, Yeah. Anyways, have a good one, buddy. I'm working on converting FBR to have a fully CD flavor. Wait, really? But isn't FBR powered by... Does that mean that it wouldn't be powered by Jira? The Jiras? Is that what that means? Really like your stream setup in terms of overlay camera and such. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, man. We try and go for it would still have the Jira. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious to know what exactly that means. But it would not have to be manual. Oh, interesting. I'm excited to hear about that, dude. Hell yeah. That's very cool. I mean, you're always doing cool stuff at Hippo, man. It's one of the few benefits of being able to do the stuff that we do, right? Is your moon lander? Yeah, it is. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I'm excited to hear about that, dude. Seriously. That's cool. I hope it'll make it so that more people want to use it, FBR is cool, man. It really is. Can anyone EL5 sovereignty in the context of AWS? They don't have a choice. I know. In the context of AWS, GCP, Azure, etc. I can't. No. I know the term, but I've never messed with that kind of shit before. I don't think. I'm looking at stuff right now to see if I can help you with it. I believe it is around... Here we go. Why is sovereignty a hot topic? 5 tips. Why is sovereign cloud? Wait, I feel like I do know what this is. Dude, I'm going to be real with you. I've been doing this shit for so long. I can't even remember all the fucking words that people use these days. Sovereign cloud is not a new concept. It's just become a typical topic, or a very topical, due to a changing geopolitical landscape. Oh, I know what cloud sovereignty is. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Once we said geopolitical, I was like, oh shit. Yeah, I know what we're talking about. To put it briefly, sovereign cloud provides a smart solution for an international battle of digital sovereignty. But let's dig a little deeper. Behind the move to make cloud sovereign is the need for digital sovereignty. In practice, this is all about data. Where does it reside? Where is it flowing? And who has control over it? These questions are critical for a modern data economy where data means power. Inevitably, cloud services come under the spotlight. They are the engines of the data economy, which, fair. So this is basically around Today's sovereign cloud lacks a definition that's commonly used or accepted in the industry, but fundamentally it is about data. The ownership, trust, why? A sovereign cloud ensures all data, including metadata, stays on sovereign soil. Yeah, exactly. So the idea here essentially is that like for you to have a sovereign cloud essentially or whatever, like all of your data stays in one like I don't want to say like region in the sense of like, land, but more in like not nationality, but country, I guess. Yeah, exactly. In the end, sovereign cloud should be part of multi-cloud strategy. It just demands understanding that not all data is the same and that there are differences between clouds. The clouds have different value proposition and organizations must use each flavor by side. Is it better write-up? Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not like a professional on this per se. Like I'm not the greatest at cloud sovereignty because like I'm going to be real with you. The kind of data I work with, I don't really have to worry about these kind of things. This is a little bit more when you start dealing with like really serious document or really serious data. Yeah, government and public sector and stuff like that. A new solution that will enable public sector customers to build digitally transformed workloads in Microsoft Cloud and meeting their compliance. Yeah, this is all about security compliance and shit like that. And of course, Microsoft is doing it first. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I would imagine that this also has play in like, okay, my data exists here. If I was to get raided or something like that, like how do they, how would they handle it, right? Does that make sense, Golden Ratio? I hope it does because that's really all I know about it. It does. Cool. All right, so check this out, chat. Check this out. We are in a circumstance where we are trying to get our infrastructure set up in the cloud, and we don't need to be sovereign. But this is what we're building right now, okay? And the TLDR and what we're building is that we are migrating some of our infrastructure for our recording pipeline to new things that have never existed before. And we've talked about this quite a bit on stream. If you guys are curious, you can definitely check the VODs on the Twitch channel. However, the main TLDR here is that we have a system that we have built that enables us to automatically convert our VODs once we're done streaming. So like today, this is going to have a VOD. That VOD will be something that is convertible. The idea here is that before all of these services used to run on our cloud our on-prem cloud, basically. And we are trying to consolidate costs the best we can right now. And one of those things is trying to determine, I don't know, I'm in a tough circumstance right now because like Amazon just released EKS Anywhere. And the main point of EKS Anywhere is to essentially tie in your own Kubernetes cluster on-prem to Amazon's APIs and stuff like that. So basically, Amazon controls all of the, API level stuff of Kubernetes, and you just control the workloads essentially and, the hosts. And like, this is super attractive because it technically means that we could shut down all of our VMs, right? And just completely go to a more on-prem solution for Kubernetes and stuff like that. However, there's challenges with that, right? First is bandwidth. We use an ungodly amount of bandwidth when it comes to these VODs. They're like 20 gigs each at least. So they're not cheap to send across the internet. If we want to, right? If we wanted to do like an on-prem thing, we'd have to figure out like data transfer to and from Amazon in a way to where we wouldn't have to be worried about like bandwidth costs and things like that. So even though EKS Anywhere does sound really attractive and interesting, there's still like a lot of gotchas that I kind of need to be aware of. And to be honest with you, I was talking to one of our viewers about this too. I don't know, man. Partially, like, I don't really want to run on-prem anymore. And I know you guys might be like, oh, BG just said he doesn't want to run on-prem anymore. I mean, I don't. Honestly, I love doing it. I know how to do it. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, like, I don't, I'm kind of getting to the point where, like, I need my time to be put towards other things. That's really the bigger caveat here is like, I'm trying, we're trying to grow the stream and we're trying to like do all of these other things. And it's challenging, you know what I mean? Especially with time. And so I've gotten to the point now where I'm just like, you know what? I think it's time to, really lean on a cloud provider and start utilizing their technology. So it like right now, the goal is just to get the recording pipeline into the cloud and have it work in the cloud. We will look at EKS Anywhere because, like I said, it is a pretty cool piece of tech. We're just not going to look at it right now because I need to get this running so that we can start converting VODs again, which is more important than, just trying to figure out what we can do with this. So with that being said, I have been working on automation to get us there. And if you look at the map here, essentially, you're going to notice some things that are definitely like Amazon centric. So for starters, the bucket, obviously recording pipeline archive. This is where all of our files are going to basically live, all of our footage. Then we have our publisher microservice. This is just a generic Go, or it's going to be just a generic Go service. However, PubSub, this is SNS, right? So what did we need to do? We needed to create some topics before we could even deploy any of this. And as a matter of fact, if you think about like what we're really trying to accomplish here, before we even want to start testing any of this, we really want to get this infrastructure set up and in place so that we can just easily test it. You know what I mean? And so right now we're focusing on writing the automation to getting the cloud resources set up that we need so that we can actually start, deploying our services and stuff like that. We've got so far, if we go to AWS, go here, and we go to SNS, Simple Notification Service, we should see that we have 2 new topics. We'll see Alta-4 recording pipeline converted, which is our converted topic. And then we have Alta-4 recording pipeline created, which is our created topic, right? And then we said, all right, well, in our diagram, we go, all right, well, that's cool. We've got SNS topics, right? We can send a created message to the, SNS created topic. We can send a converted if we want to as well, But now that we've got these topics, we need to send these messages somewhere, right? Like in real time, we need to send these messages somewhere. And so what happens is we then have to hook up an SNS topic created or converted to each queue that we want to actually start processing workloads for, right? Now, when a file is created, it needs to be converted, right? So what that means is that the SNS topic here needs to point to our convert queue so that whenever we drop a created message, right, it will go down and then it'll say, all right, well, anything that's created needs to be added to the convert queue. And then that microservice running in Kubernetes will get that message via SQS and then start processing that workload. So that means that not only do we need SNS topics, but we also need SQS queues, right? So we're going to go to Simple Queue Service now. Song's good. And then we can see here that we also have 2 new queues available to us, right? The first one is our Alta-4 LLC recording pipeline archive, which is for archiving, right, files. And then the next one is the recording pipeline convert. And just like I told you, right, when we create something, we want it to go to this convert queue. So what happens? Well, we have to write automation that basically tells this queue here to subscribe to this topic here. And so that's what we did. You'll see here now, here's our queue, right? Convert. And you'll see down here at the bottom, you'll see SNS subscriptions, right? And then underneath that, look at this. Boop, created. Right? So what's going to happen is whenever, and you can see it down here too, actually, right? Topic ARN created, right? So what's going to happen is, again, when a notification gets sent to created will know, hey, I need to drop this message onto the queue so that it can actually be processed as a convert now, right? And we do the exact same thing for archive. We say, okay, well, once a file is converted, right, we want to be able to take it to the next step. And this is how we create a pipeline, right? You might not think that it's possible to create a pipeline this way because we're just triggering events. But what we're really doing is we're purposely triggering events one after another, but we're not saying when those events will complete, right? We're not saying, okay, well, every one of them completes in like 5 minutes. You know what I mean? This is why you use event-based systems, because then you can say, like, I want something that's going to happen one after another, but I don't know how long each one of these jobs is going to take. One of them might take 5 seconds. Another one might take 20 minutes, right? And so to give that ability of basically saying, all right, we need one step after another, what we do is we just do it all through events. So once one thing finishes, it hooks into that next thing, and then it keeps going and it keeps going. And so in this case, like I said, now when the convert worker itself is completed, and here I'll bring up the chart again. When the convert worker itself is completed, just like the publisher, right? You see how the publisher here sends the created message to PubSub? Well, once the worker microservice is done converting things, right? What it then does is it publishes a converted message to that PubSub, just like the created does in the publisher, right? And so then what we then say is we say, okay, well, we just had a file that was finished converting, right? We're going to send the converted message, and then that converted message is going to be tied to another queue, right? And so you can see this where it's just like hot potato, where it's just like, all right, going to this queue, then we're going to this queue, then we're going to this queue. And that's how we're creating this pipeline of steps. And again, it doesn't look like a pipeline because it's all event-based, but we are sequentially firing events one after another so that we can continue this pipeline of tasks that we want to do. So once converted is done and the PubSub gets that message, PubSub then says, okay, well, does converted have any queues that it needs to do things for? And sure enough, it does, because once we convert a file, we're then able to archive that file. And what that archival step means is that we're going to actually take it from its what we'll call workspace, EFS workspace, to the bucket it needs to go in. And there's two reasons for this. One is conversions can take up to 20 minutes. They can take from anywhere from 5 minutes to 20 minutes, right? And so we don't want to find ourselves in a circumstance where we're basically delayed on our archivals as well because we're waiting for both things to finish, right? And so one of the reasons why we have this pipeline is because we want to be able to archive things while we're converting things, right? And that's entirely why we have this EFS workspace here, is the moment a worker finishes converting something, it doesn't have to worry about then uploading it. The next queue will take care of that for us, right? And so that's really where we get this whole possibility of saying, like, okay, we're going to actually be able to convert and archive at the same time. And we use this middle ground here of an EFS workspace or of an EFS volume essentially to do that, right? So what that means as well is that whenever we convert something or whenever we are processing something in the pipeline, it'll exist in this temporary workspace or this temporary EFS drive until it gets to its final step of archival. So again, if we wanted to in the future, say add more steps, we would simply just create a new topic, right? Make that topic publishable to PubSub, and then make a queue for that topic that then publishes the next step in the process. Right now, we only have 2 steps: convert and archive. But in the future, it might be convert, edit, normalize sound. It could be all of these different things. But for right now, we're just focusing on the convert and archive process. What's up, Matthew? How's it going? So I'm not very familiar with topics and queues, but why can't the service send messages to the particular topic? Why can't the service that sends messages to the particular topic send directly to the queue? So what you're talking about now is not always good because of a lot of reasons. The biggest one essentially is you find yourself in a scenario where you're kind of constantly queuing things and you're not really reactively doing it, if that makes sense. To have a event system sit on top of a queue system, it allows us to essentially have a centralized place where these topics go, and then we can route accordingly. when we talk about doing it with queues, going directly to queues and just being like taking one queue to another, to another, to another, to another like that, you then have to like decouple those queues and like say like, okay, well now it's not going to this queue, now it's going to this queue. And it just becomes a little bit more challenging than saying like everything's powered by an event, right? And then we just react to those events as much as possible. It's not to say you can't do it. It's just, it's not really an event-driven system at that point. Or it kind of is, but yeah, it's better to have like a centralized event pub sub point that everything can kind of just react off of, right? Because then you can scale that, you can grow that, you can make more things react off of that. An example here is like, say you actually wanted to process two things at the same time, but you wanted it to only go through one like event, right? Well, we can do that with an event system, right? Because we could just say created, and then I could have like 5 different queues, you know what I mean, listening to that single event, and then we have this nice routing. If we were to do that with just going directly to queues, then we're talking about like, okay, now I need to reach out to like 4 different queues. I need to make sure all of those things got queued. I need to make sure that none of them fail. You know what I mean? Like it's just not as straightforward, I guess. And because we do because we do want to use a event-driven system and everything is event-driven, it makes sense for us to use this and lean on this like publisher subscriber methodology, which is what we're basically doing. Yo, what's up? How's it going? Yo, Matthew, how's it going as well? Hey, man, what are you working on right now? Yeah, you could just do exclamation mark today in chat. Yeah. Of course, yeah. And like I said, I'm not saying you couldn't do it. I'm simply just saying when you put an event system in front of it, it helps you with those things a lot easier. And that's why we do really use these kind of like centralized event systems. Yo, V Karasik, how's it going? Thank you for the 6 months, by the way. Thank you so much for that resub. How are you? What do you mostly use for IAC? I use Pulumi. I do use Pulumi. You're not wrong on that one. I do. But I will tell you this. I don't like stick to one thing. I use a lot. You see me use a lot of Pulumi now just because I enjoy it and, you know, it's what I like to do. But there's stuff that I've written in, you know, Terraform and things like that just because it's easier. It's quicker. I'm prototyping something. Like Pulumi is great, but like it does require a language. You know what I mean? So if you're using like, you know, even if you're using, you know, JavaScript or Node or, you know, or I'm sorry, JavaScript or, you know, whatever, Python, Go, whatever, it does require you to set up a project. Whereas like Terraform, you just need the file and the CLI. That's it. Like it's so much simpler to set stuff up in Terraform. And I will say that too. Like the 0 to hero in Terraform is like nothing compared to the 0 to hero in Pulumi. But that also, again, is because with Pulumi, you're writing in a language, right? You're writing in code. Cool. So does that make sense? Cool. I hope it does. And so what we need to do now that we've got our queues wired up and all of that kind of stuff, what we really need to do now is we need to get this mount set up. And I've already actually created the mount. So if we go to EFS, we should see our file system ID. I need to give it a name though. And then like this is just sitting here. However, we haven't attached it to any like any networks or anything yet. Let's do this. Please tell me there's like name or maybe I need tags. Yeah, okay, tags. Pulumi.map, I believe is what this is, right? It's an array map. String map input. Yeah, okay. So then this should be name, right? And then this should be Alta4 LLC recording pipeline. Yeah. How dare you talk to me that way? Oh, because it's not an array of maps. It's just a map. Okay, I see. Yo, Tragic Jam, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You guys want to see a cat? Hey, Fonzie. You guys want to see a cat really quickly? Ready? Here he goes. You guys almost got cat anus for a second there. I stopped it. There he is. He's right here. That's my boy. That's my Fonzie. Oof. He's got the softest ears on the face of the planet. I love playing with his little earsies. They're so cute. I appreciate that you guys like cats. Seriously. If I was just in a room or just in a chat with like a bunch of like people who just love dogs and like didn't even like cats, I'd probably be a little sad. I'd probably be a little sad, to be honest. Bye, Bubby. Pulumi.string. Right? I mean, I love dogs. Don't get me wrong. I do love dogs. It's just like, I actually saw a really funny comedy on it, which is like, dogs are great, and not like an except here, outside of like, they really are man's best friend. I can't do like constant man's best friend energy. As weird as it sounds, I kind of like the way I'm treated by my cat. I know where we stand, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's just such a different experience living with a cat, I think. Because cats are little bitches. Pardon my language, but they definitely are. They definitely are little butt cheeks. Yeah. All right. Let's do preview diff. Okay, cool. But I love I love all animals. I really do. I don't know if Atoda and I told you guys ready for a funny story. Okay, you guys ready for a funny story? So Atoda and I both are very big animal people. We, all creatures, bro. I'm not even kidding. Like, spiders, snakes, lizard, like all creatures. Like it sounds really silly, but as I've gotten older, I've realized a couple things. First off, we're not the only smart things on this planet. We're not. We're definitely not. And secondly, I truly, truly believe in my heart of hearts that we all feel things. You might not be able to, like a bird might not be able to realize that it feels something, right? Because the brain is teeny tiny, right? But it does feel things. Like, if you were to, pluck a bird's feather, it's going to feel that, right? It's going to be scared. It's, like we all feel that no matter what you are. Like with human, fish freak out. I mean, even plants, for goodness sake, freak out. You know what I mean? And so with that being said, how can I learn how to type as fast as you? Practice. Yeah. I mean, here, let's do this. I haven't done one of these in a while, but like these are really powerful monkey types. I don't know why it said monkeypox, but like, I don't know if you've done this before. Actually, I don't know if monkey type's even a thing. I'll get back to my statement here in a second, but I'm going to do this monkey type. Actually, that was pretty good for me. That was pretty good for me. And I messed a few things up too. I could probably get that up to 100. I'm going to be fair with you. Anybody, and again, I'll get back to my story here in a second on critters, but I don't care about this. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't care about this. Like this is stupid. This, however, accuracy, always above 95%. Right? Always above 95%, right? Accuracy, hands down, is way more important than this. I don't care who you are. Accuracy means that you're accurately writing what you're trying to say more often than not, right? Get your accuracy up first to around here and then focus on this. That's my personal opinion. Now, I know, like, Tej, for example, I'm pretty sure he's got both of these. Like, he does, like, crazy accuracy and, like, crazy WPM. I guarantee you there was a time where accuracy was more important than speed. Yeah, so that's my only thing there is like I mostly focus on accuracy. So anyways, going back to the story, Atoda and I befriended a spider. I'm not even kidding. Like a month ago, like a month ago or something like that, we randomly found a little spider right outside of our kitchen door. And Atoda was the first person to kind of be like, he named it Stuart. He named it Stuart. And yeah, that was like our little spider pet for a while. There's a reason for this story though, I promise. So for like a month or two, I'm not even kidding, we let this spider like flourish, basically. We're just like, you know what, man, he's not bothering us, we're not bothering him, it's cool, whatever. And like it got to the point where like we'd walk outside the door and just be like, hey Stuart, how's it going, man? Kicking ass today, huh? Got some of them bugs, man. Nice. Very, you know what I mean? Like, it was so weird. Like, we were literally talking to a spider. And what's crazy about that is like about a week ago, I look up and I'm not even kidding you, Stuart got a little frisky, apparently. And Stuart laid a ton of eggs. Thankfully outside so we could see them. And I was like, oh man, Stuart, no, come on, dude. Because like, here's the thing, I don't know if any of you guys have ever seen spiders like eggs nest before. They're like little bombs that just explode of spiders whenever those things like come out. Like, it's not good. I'm just being real. If you see a spider's nest, you should be aware of what's going to happen. I'm from the South. I'm used to them constantly. And so I saw that and I was like, oh dude, we're gonna have to put Stuart down. Like, you know what I mean? Like we're gonna have to do that. And like it sucked because it was so weird. Like for this time I had like slowly, millions of tiny Stuarts. Yeah, millions of tiny Stuarts. And it was so weird because I was like, I just literally walked in and I was like, dude, Austin, we got to put Stuart down, man. He's like, what? I was like, dude, he laid like a ton of eggs over the night. And like, I'm not about to have like a million little Stuarts. And there's a reason for this story, I promise. So Atoda, I was like, you know what? You found him. You brought him into this world. You're going to have to take him out. And so, Atoda begrudgingly, nonetheless, went out and did the deed, and Stuart was no more. It was weird though. It was really weird. I was a little sentimental. I'm not going to lie. I really was. You know what I mean? Because I gotten so used to just like walking out my door and seeing like, little fucking spider just like, hey, what's up, man? Our own little Charlotte's Web, basically. And I took a lot from that. So like, again, my main consensus is like, I have grown as I've gotten older to appreciate we're all living on this planet, man. Whether it be a tree, whether it be a human, whether it be, a human, anything. If you guys know Carl Sagan, that's how he says human. Whether it's a human or anything else. It's crazy. It's so weird. So, I have gained a lot of appreciation for, all critters on this planet. However, I do understand that there's a limit. Sometimes you just gotta say, man, why, buddy? No, couldn't you have just stayed small? But yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of how I've changed my perspective a lot on living on this planet, man. We really all are here just surviving, doing our own thing. Everything has its place and time. I don't know what the point of that story was because we were just talking. But it was cool. Like, real talk, it was very cool to kind of be like, as silly as it sounds, be emotional about a spider. It made me feel good. It made me feel like I'm starting to get this human thing maybe a little bit. Or this living thing maybe. Not so much human thing, but living thing. I thought you were going to Google and show an image. No, I'm not going to do that. I worked on a farm for 10 years with 30 horses. I hear you. They're fairly complex worlds compared to what many people think. Yeah, dude. Horses are incredibly smart. I would never want to stand behind a horse, by the way. I've seen people get kicked by horses. You can die. Like, a lot of people don't take horses seriously, but I'm like, you're a weapon, bro. You're just like 200, 400 pounds of, I don't know how heavy horses are. I'm sure they're more than that, but like of just pure muscle. You know what I mean? Like, I respect you. is all I'm trying to say. Can't help but think about music. It doesn't matter if you're playing notes fast, if you're playing the wrong notes. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Like, you can bang on a drum all day, but if you don't got a beat, like, it don't matter. You're still a shitty drummer. Sorry. I don't trust people who don't like animals. Oh, no, I think I got the hiccups. All right, we're good. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think there's a level of empathy that is required for you to like animals. And if you don't like them, you probably don't have that level of empathy that, like, I would, you know what I mean? I would want maybe to have in my life. But that's just me. I don't know. Boo, that worked. Yeah, you got me. Again, it's a personal preference, but I definitely have grown to appreciate, you know, the little critters. Yeah, don't do that. Bad news. I've been kicked. It hurts at a very minimum. Ooh. Ugh. Yeah, horses are crazy, man. They're intense creatures. Okay, so here's what we need to do, chat. We need to do a couple things. To do look up VPC, which we've already done, right? And then what we need to do is to do look up subnets in VPC, okay? Now, we've already done the VPC lookup part because it's literally right here, lookup VPC. And for right now, we're just going to hard code the VPC because I'm the only person writing this automation anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yo, Adam MC, what's up, dude? How's it going? Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. Hello, hello. How are you? How was your stream, my dude? Sorry. How was your stream, man? Welcome, raiders, though. Hello, hello. I am working on automation, if you're curious. Hope yours going well. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. It's going okay. You know, we've been talking about all sorts of weird stuff, but we're doing all right. For anyone just tuning in, hey, I'm BG. I'm one of the co-hosts of the Alta 4 stream. Thanks for being here. I work in DevOps and infrastructure. I've been a programmer professionally for 10 years. And I've not just worked in this field. I've worked in a lot of different things. I worked in front end, I worked in back end, went to full stack, and now what I do now, which is DevOps and infrastructure. Today, we are working on, and Adam, actually, because I see that staffer badge of yours, some of this might even look relatable to you. The TLDR, and you can't steal this idea. If you take it to Twitch, I'll kill you. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure you guys have already got something like this. But essentially what we're doing is we're creating our own recording pipeline. What is a recording pipeline? Well, the TLDR is that we have VODs, right, that we need, right? But we also record them. I'm just kidding. We'll record them in MKV format. Like, we record them in like a very raw, lossless format as much as we possibly can, right? Problem with that is that we can't edit those files, right? We can't just like open up an MKV in Premiere Pro or something like that. And so what have we done? Well, we've created automation and systems to be able to solve that for us, which is hence our recording pipeline. And the TLDR is that I am actually rewriting this in Go now. It was first written in Node and JavaScript and all that, but I'm rewriting it in Go. And it uses basically a bucket of all of our VODs, right? Like, we upload a VOD to the bucket, and periodically, daily, hourly, whatever I set it to, a publisher will check that bucket for any files inside of it, right? Once it sees those files, it sends a created message to PubSub. Now, this is a completely event-driven system, right? We basically lean on events to queue things because we want everything to kind of happen naturally. Once something is done, the next step takes, right? So in this case, what happens is we send a whole bunch of created messages to PubSub. And because it's an event-driven system, we then say, okay, well, anything that's created needs to go to a specific queue so that we can process the next step, right? Or the first step. That first step is a conversion. And so underneath the hood, we basically use FFmpeg to run a worker in EKS, or Kubernetes basically, that will then get this message over the queue and download the file from the bucket. Actually, there's no marker, or there's no link there, but I could probably move. Basically, there should be an arrow, not just from this to here, but also to this bucket. And so it converts it, right? So it starts converting it. And we have this like middle ground EFS workspace here where when we convert something, there's going to be intermediate steps between them. Like, maybe we convert it and then maybe we like put a watermark on it, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Right now we just convert an archive, but the idea is that this is a pipeline that we can grow and add more things to in the future. And so once we do that, right, once it's done converted and it now exists in our EFS workspace, we can then send that converted message, right? And so once we send that converted message back to PubSub, we say, okay, well, anything that's converted needs to then listen on this queue, right? And that's our archive queue. And so this is how we get that pipeline of like first step, second step, third step, fourth step, right? And so once the archive step is triggered, it finds the temporary file, right, that we just converted, and it archives it. And the archival is basically putting it right back onto the bucket, but the converted file, right? And that's it. That's our recording pipeline. And so we've actually had this for quite some time. You can check out our wiki. Here you go, wiki. And then you go to Alt F4 wiki. There is actually an article in here. If we go to technical design documents and we go to converting OBS recordings, you can actually see the complete technical document. Like I said, I work in DevOps, so a lot of what I do is going to be like DevOps-y and focused on like, standards and stuff like that. But that will basically give you an idea fully of what we're working on right now. So yeah, that's basically it. I'll take $5 million if Twitch wants to buy it. I'm teasing. But thank you for the raid, Adam. I appreciate that, man. I hope you're doing well. Seriously, hope your stream went well. What were you working on, by the way? I don't think we've ever been, honored to get a raid by you, my friend. So how are you? Hello. This is what I thought. Maybe you don't convert at all and the web client does when it goes to upload. Oh, this is WASM. Once I saw WASM, I was like, okay, that's interesting. I'll take a look at it. Yeah, I don't know much about. I know FFmpeg is getting like crazy adopted and stuff. This is what I thought. Maybe you don't convert at all and the web client does when it goes to upload. Does that mean that it would... Wait, okay, so does that mean that it would literally convert it in the browser tech at scale? Is that what you're saying here? Yes. You know what I'm going to say to that, right? You know what I'm going to say to that, right? You know what I'm thinking right now, right? What nonsense are you speaking? WASM. Yeah, I get you now. I get you. I mean, right up until you close the window. Yeah, right? No, I mean, that is hella interesting. I mean, the thing that to tech at scale, is yeah, you're right. It's not crazy enough. Yeah, exactly. The thing that tech at scale is actually doing a fantastic job at focusing on is the real problems that we're going to be dealing with, right? Conversion, massive bandwidth, right? Things like that. I love it though. Want it. Yeah, I mean, here's what I think tech at scale. I think I see where you're going with this, especially with like what I talk to you about. Like you know what I mean? I see what you're saying now. For that application, that could be hella interesting. Although, dude, I'd be scared that like, would it be unbound? Like, would it? You know what I mean? Like, could somebody's like, oh my god, could you imagine doing an FFmpeg conversion in Google Chrome? With like 90,000 tabs already open. I guess that's just kind of what I'm thinking about right now is just like, what is the actual practicality that this doesn't just like explode somebody's machine? Get subnets. It is super interesting though. I didn't even realize that was a thing. That's cool. I mean, I know about, WASM of course, but I didn't know that the FFmpeg thing was a thing. That's pretty dope. Okay, so let's do this. Subnets, args, because we need to find some subnets. EC2, get subnet filter args. I think that's what we're looking for. Get subnets args. Get subnets. Oh no. Get subnets filter. Subnets. Thank you. That's what we're looking for. I've done similar things in wrapped web version of Electron to offer a desktop application. Oh, dude, you and like 90% of the other companies that started and are like massive. You know what I mean? That's funny. Edge computing would definitely reduce the server costs. I don't know about the customer experience though. Yeah, no, temporalis. You're totally right on that. Like that's the thing is like Edge is very interesting. Edge is very interesting, man. You can do cool stuff with it, you know, but you just gotta be careful. You know what I mean? You gotta be careful with it. If you don't know how to implement Edge stuff right, shoot yourself in the foot every time. I've seen so many people try and do Edge stuff, and then it's like, God, you have no idea what you're doing, do you? Get subnets filter. I don't think this is, isn't it? Oh, it is get. Okay, never mind. It is that. Nice. And then what we want to do is name and values, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to create another one of these guys, and then we're going to say name VPC ID, right? Because we can actually filter, if you look here. Oh, geez. Sorry, light mode. If you look, come on. Go to dark mode. Dark mode. Dark mode. I hate these docs sometimes. Oh, this is the this is the, oh, this isn't even what I'm looking for. Anyways, basically we're just doing a filter by the VPC ID values. String, yeah, an array of strings. Okay, and so the values, oh God, come on. Value on this is going to be VPC ID. There we go. Right? Cool. So this should make it so that we will find all of our subnets under this VPC. So let's do this. For subnet range subnets, right? Dude, I love range. It's so cool. Cannot range over subnets. Why? Oh, it's the result. My bad. Subnets dot IDs. Oh, wait. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? You're just going to give me the IDs? Sorry, pardon my language, chat. Dude, I don't want the IDs. I want the actual subnets themselves. Subnets output. Hey, Girl with Box. How's it going? Hello, hello. Shout out to Girl with Box. Oh, you got your hoodie. Hey, awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, a lot of people have been getting their hoodies. I'm super hyped to hear that they're starting to arrive. I hope you like it. I hope it's comfy. I hope it's comfortable. I said that twice. I don't know. I hope you enjoy it though, seriously. Yeah, I'm super hyped to see everybody getting it. We've been getting messages and stuff. Thank you, Girl with Box, for letting us know too that you got it. And I hope you're doing well. I love it. Yes. Awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Like, seriously, and I've said this to almost everybody we've talked to. Plain and simple. You ready for this? We just wanted to be something that you would actually wear. Like, I have gotten so much swag from friends in the past. And I'm just like, man, if it was just a little nicer quality, you know what I mean? Or stuff like that. So, like, yes, I really, really hope you enjoy it, you know, if anything. But all right, so log dot println subnet ID, because this is going to be a subnet ID. Yeah. Is there such thing as a bad hoodie? Oh yeah, absolutely. There's some terrible hoodies out there. Like, it's just about the fabric that the hoodie is built or made out of. Our fabric that we picked was like meant to be something you could just sleep in. Yeah, it's got to be cozy. Yeah. How to practice navigating in code, please. Do you mean with Vim? I can tell you how I did it, but you're not going to like it. Do you want to know how I did it? I'll tell you, but you're not going to like it. I think it's the best way of doing it, to be honest with you. I really do. I think the way I learned how to navigate in Vim is hands down the best way to do it. It's also really annoying, and not everybody enjoys doing it. So I can tell you, but you might not like it. And I'm gonna be cozy AF. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much for letting us know, Girl with Box. I appreciate that. Hope you've been well. Hope everything's going well with you. Life is good. Tell us. Okay, so there's something called Vim hard mode. And basically what Vim hard mode does is is it hard mode or hard time? Vim hard time. I think it's maybe hard time. Yeah, Vim hard time. This is what I used to use. So it is very, very common in editors, right, to just do J or up, down, up, right? And I can do that now. Like, you might even be like, well, BG, you can do it. That's because I disabled the thing. I don't need it anymore. You'll notice I don't actually do that. Hard time is essentially built around helping you use Vim the way it's meant to be used. And it's based around like habit breaking and habit making. And the idea behind this is you can basically ban specific keys from working in Vim. So if you want to stop yourself from doing up, down, like if you want to remove those things from your habits, install this. And it will basically disable those keys. And what ends up happening is it will make it so you have to use Vim the right way, like doing stuff like this, like jumping around or going to the top, going to the bottom, right? Going to a specific line, right? Like stuff like that. Like this is all focused on that, and that's because there's a really great article on like why you move around the way you do in Vim, and I'm trying to find. There's actually like a whole article on it. I don't know if it's this one though. Is it this one? Vimcast? Yeah. I think this might be it. Oh God. Yeah. So a big thing about Vim that a lot of people don't know is like it's really better for you to do like word-wise motions or character search or use H and L for off by one errors, right? So like very small things or stuff like that. Like a lot of Vim is really about like contextually searching and getting to where you want. Like for example, if I'm all the way at the top here and I want to get to VPC, instead of going like or or whatever, there's like a few ways I can do this. I could say 44 down, bam, I'm right there, right? That's probably the easiest way of doing it. Or I could just say VPC, right? And then I could even search. So if I was like, you know what, I actually want VPC ID, bam, now I'm right at VPC ID. And then I can even say, well, I don't want this one, I actually wanted this one. So I just hit next and bam, I'm there. That's how you navigate with Vim. That's like the right way to do it, not like like. So hard time basically disables the ability of you being able to do any of those things. And then it makes it so that you have a hard time. What version of Vim? I use NeoVim. So I'm just using whatever nightly is of NeoVim. Yeah. Cool. We'll actually tie in that VPC ID from there. Build. Preview. Cool. See this? Subnet. These are the subnets we're trying to find. Now, the challenge with these subnets is we don't want to put... how did you learn how to configure NeoVim? Just by reading the document and testing things out? Yep. I learned NeoVim... So, funny backstory. I talk about this not a lot, but whenever it gets brought up, I bring it up. So my history with NeoVim is kind of funny. And like not a lot of people know it, but it's actually related to a fellow streamer of ours who's very known for Vim. So about like 2 or 3 years ago, I was watching our friend Prime using regular Vim. And I was like, oh man, I really want to try this out. Like we were all much smaller back then and like stuff like that. And I was like, oh man, like, yeah, I'll try it out. Sure, why not? Now I was doing it because of 2 reasons. One, I streamed and VS Code just like destroyed my stream machine while I was working. And 2, It just seemed interesting. It just seemed fun. And so I tried it. And again, he was using just Vim at the time. And so I went and I tried setting it up with Vim script and all this crap. And then I went back to him and I messaged him. I was like, dude, I want to try Vim, but Vim script sucks. And he's like, yeah, no, I know. I haven't really tried changing much of my editor or anything like that. And yeah, that's kind of where it was. And so I kept doing searching. I kept doing searching. And I found NeoVim. And the reason why I found NeoVim so interesting is that it had a lot of extensibility. It had plugin support and Lua support and all these other things. And so basically I started working with NeoVim and I was like, oh man, this is really great. And then one day after I'd worked with it for a little while, I showed Prime. I was like, hey, this is how I got set up. I don't know if you'd be interested in NeoVim. His first initial response, I think, was I'll take a look at it when I can. Little did we know what it would turn into. But yeah, and so ever since then, I think, it's been me and all of our friends who've slowly picked it up, Prime. Obviously, Tej didn't pick it up. He helps working on it. We got lucky to meet Tej, which was awesome. And then yeah, a lot more streamers started using it as well and getting more comfortable with it. And I think it's a personal experience. The way Prime learned how to use NeoVim is different than the way I've learned. Same thing as Trash and some of our other friends who use it. I think you just want to I think it's something that you want to you want to get into. It's kind of like modding a car. You don't have to. You can just go out and buy a brand new car if you want, but normally when you mod your own car, you spend time building it and stuff like that, it's going to be your car. It's going to be perfect for you. And that's one of the things that I was trying to do with my NeoVim. My NeoVim and Prime's NeoVim difference, and even again Tej's or Bash or Trash or whatever, all of our friends, we all have different setups, right? Mine's actually a lot more focused on something similar to VS Code in the sense that I like a lot of pop-ups and stuff, things that are helpful. So I'm in the editor right now, but if I wanted to, I can just do space LG and then I get my lazy git, right? So I can start working with git commits and stuff like that. Or if I wanted to, I could do space BB and I open up my actual bottom, which is the thing that you guys are used to seeing over here, right? But I can actually open that in my editor as well if I'm all right, I want to see how much resources something is taking or something like that. Or I could do space LD and then I can look at Docker containers, right? And these are similar to kind of how VS Code works, right? Where you have all these plugins and stuff. Now, again, I don't, Prime, all of our other friends, they use it very differently. They've got they probably use what's it called? Vim Fugitive, right? For Git stuff. And so it's that's another really cool thing about it is there's no two editors that are the same. If I want to look at my file explorer, I just do space NN and then I can, look at my files while I'm editing, right? Space TT opens up my terminal. Yeah. So, it was very much when I first got into it, just seeing somebody use it through osmosis, right? And then me go okay, how do I want to use Vim? Right? What are the things that I like about Vim and stuff like that? And to be honest with you, I ended up just doing my own thing entirely. I inspired from his editor or his config for a little while, and then I inspired from, Tej's for a little while, and then I inspired from other people's for a little while until I got to a point where I was okay, I can build my own thing and I like this. So, yeah. Clearly it's time to up my Vim game now. I mean, hey, you can do a lot of cool stuff with Vim. Lua is very powerful, and now that I believe there's Rust support for writing stuff for Vim, even that's bonkers. So yeah, that's how I learned about it. Really, friends, Prime and I, or again, a lot of our other friends as well. Whenever we see something that somebody else has got, we got to try it. That's a fun thing. I've seen a lot of my friends add new things to their editors and stuff like that, and I'm oh snap, I got to try that, and vice versa. There's little bits and pieces we've all stolen from each other. So yeah, Author 4 is about to work smarter, not harder. I mean, yeah, that's really the goal, right? Is to do that instead. So that's how I got into it. Friends, really, more than anything, I would say. So here's a question, chat, which is if I'm gonna if I'm going to get these subnets, availability zone. So I could do this, where I could say availability zone as well, and then give it, all right, let's try that. Okay. So we're going to do another filter on this as well, and we're going to filter by the name, right? Which is going to be the availability zone, right? And because you can actually provide multiple values for this, right? What we're going to do is we're going to say, all right, I want to get all of our subnets for our VPC ID. However, I don't want every availability zone, right? I only want maybe like, 3 of them or 2 of them or something like that. Yo, anonymous gifter, I thought we got rid of you. No, I'm just kidding. Dude, whoever you are. Okay, listen, I got to say this really quickly. Anonymous gifter, whoever you are, and especially if you're the same person from the other day, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know why you're anonymous. It's fine. I don't care if you are or not. I just want to say thank you. You've been very supportive of us. Out of nowhere, we had an anonymous gifter just like throwing money at us. Like, it was crazy. Thank you. Seriously, thank you so much. As I've said many times before, your donations as well as other people's, the whole community keeps us alive. Literally goes to our cloud costs and things like that. So thank you. I really appreciate that. Talking about Rust, yesterday we open sourced our Rust DHCP server. Oh, nice. See, like, this is, oh my God, you called it Dora. Oh my God, it's called Dora. That is probably one of the best DHCP names I've ever heard of. You fucking called it Dora. That's great. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. I'm gonna try that out. That's too funny. I love that. Six Story, quick question. How did you do the sticky header in NeoVim? Remember Prime mentioning it, but never got into. It's a plugin. So if you go to my dot files, if you go to my dot files, you can go to the NixOS one. You go to Home Manager, Config, NVim, and then we go to here. Extras, maybe? I think it's called. What are you looking for again? You're looking for the yeah, okay. You're looking for, okay. Home Manager. I don't remember which plugin it is, but it's one of them. Completion, tree sitter, float term, theme, extras. Here we go. I think it's NVim tree sitter context. I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think that's what this is. Or I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's this one. There you go. I got you. There you go. If you want to know all of my plugins and stuff here, it's in this list right here. Now remember, I use Nix, so you're going to have to figure out your own package manager to install it, but just use Packer or something like that, right? All right, so which AZs do we want to actually put? Now, yeah, of course, dude, that's what I'm here for. I'm literally here just to help you. That's it. There's nothing. I have no other what is my purpose in life? You're here to help chat. Oh, damn. I am the butter spreading thing from Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty, what is my purpose?
What is my purpose?
You pass butter.
Oh my God.
Yeah, welcome to the club, pal.
That's my purpose. What is my purpose? To help chat. Oh, no. That is my purpose, chat. To help you. That's it. Okay, so we need access point. No, I'm sorry. We need network. We need network connectivity. Mount targets. We need mount targets. Alt F butter, yeah. You pass butter. Atoda, thank you for the... dude, should I even thank you, bro? Like, do I really need to thank you for a subscription to your own channel at this point? I don't know. I think at this point, it's just expected, you know? What is my purpose? You pass butter. Okay, so here's the thing. We only want these mount targets to be available in the 3 AZs that we provision EFS target or EFS instances in. So if we go to Elastic, or no, let's go to EC2. Yo, and you just gifted one to DigitalOcean. Oh, that's so great. Thank you for the gifted sub to Dio. I appreciate that. Let's go to our instances. All right, so let's see. What do we got here? So yeah, look at these. See how none of these are in 2A? We've got 2 and 2C and 2 and 2D. Interesting. Why? That's interesting. I believe we do. What the fudge? Yo, thank you for the hype train. There it is. Thank you for the hype train, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Again, Anonymous. Thank you for the gifted subbies. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Ada Valen, thank you for the 100 biddies as well. Thank you, man. And yeah, thank you for the hype train. Poor Tota, he is abused all weekend and he is expected to sub. He's not expected to sub. What are you talking about? He's literally not expected to sub. Yo! Oh my gosh. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. Cian Horn. I didn't even have to look it up that time. I just remembered it. You know how I think I'm remembering your name is because it's the C, the SEE. I'm starting to see it now. Get it? Thank you so much for the tier 2 gifted sub. Tier 2, bro. What the? Thank you for the tier 2 gifted sub. It's very kind of you, sir and or madame, because I don't want to assume your gender. But thank you. Okay. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to add to this our AZs. Where's go? Language, go, source. When to use serverless and when not. When to use serverless and when not? I could talk about that for like an hour, in all honesty. The TLDR, and I actually did talk about this a little bit yesterday. Okay, so actually, let me say this first. Niran Dev, do you mean like Lambda function serverless, or do you just mean like flat file, like bucket serverless? Can you help me define? Because serverless is like, the word serverless is just not a good descriptor. It really isn't. You know what I mean? Lambdas. Okay. All right. I can help you with that. So listen, lambdas are meant to be very small, atomic, reusable functions, right? So the main idea about it is it does the same thing every time, right? It doesn't change like anything in particular, right? Except for the one specific thing you need it to do. If you have something like that, then lambdas can be really great. For example, check this out. When I do > ping in chat, that's a lambda. What's happening is underneath the hood, a message is being sent to a lambda, right? And then once it can process that bot response, it sends it out, right? Very small, simple thing that is reusable over and over and over and over again, right? Perfect example. What is not a good usage of lambdas is everything else. Seriously, like anything else. Like if you want to put your whole website in lambdas, sure you could, but like I don't know if that's a good idea. I think there may be better ways of doing that. Or saying like, oh, I have this crazy long process that I can just shove in a lambda. That's not good either. Lambdas aren't meant to run for incredibly long periods of time. They're really not. So again, like small, and here's the thing too, is like if you have a lambda that's doing a lot of things, realistically, you probably have like 4 or 5 lambdas there, right? And that's the mentality behind using lambdas, is like it is meant to just be a function, a specific function. Now, in this sense, the word function is just abstract. It's not like an actual function, but it means that it's supposed to serve the same purpose as a function, right? You don't use one function in your whole fucking application, right? You use one function for one thing, or maybe reusable for a specific thing. And that is how lambdas are supposed to be designed. So that, in my opinion, is when you do and do not use lambdas, if that makes sense. It's not, unfortunately, it's not, you know, black and white. It's not just like, oh, you use them here and you don't there. It's, you kind of have to really think about it. There are 3 VODs in the last 2 weeks around this. Yeah, that's true. There are. You can check out our YouTubes if you're curious. And what about if this function uses a cron job which queries data from a database? Jesus, I mean, I'm going to be real with you. What you just said already kind of started to sound confusing. So what if this function uses a cron job which queries data from a database each interval and then sends it to a third party? Okay, I see what you're saying now. So you have a cron job that's firing a lambda is what you mean to say. It's not that a function uses a cron job. It's that a cron job uses a lambda, I believe is what you're trying to say. And that lambda queries data from a database each interval and then sends it to a third party. Yeah, that's actually not a bad use for it. As long as it does the same thing every time, like a lambda should also be like a function in a sense that you can give it very good very good in and out, right? Like something that makes it very simple for you to say like, here's a parameter, done. You know what I mean? Like it should be that easy to create a lambda, basically. Or to use it, I mean. Sorry. All right, so hold on, chat. Yeah, you're good. You're good, man. You're good. Don't worry about it. So I need to go to subnets really quickly. Wait, what? Pulumi Kubernetes. All right, so provider AWS cluster. Cluster EKS. So this is our EKS configuration. Node subnet IDs, context args, subnet IDs, get subnets, args, availability zones. Yep, I'm doing the exact same thing here. Actually. Cluster. Let's go to entry point because I believe, yeah. Okay, so yes. Oh, farts. Wait, what? Wait, does that mean that A and B are public? Shit. I think I messed something up here. I'm only assigning... I think this needs to be this. US West 2B. I think we need 2B in here as well. Yeah, I think that's what's missing right now is we're not provisioning into 2B. Crap. All right, let's see here. Pulumi network, NVIM, subnet, security group, network. Yep. So you see this, chat? I am creating an AWS network here with a base cider of this, the name of it, and then we create a bunch of AZs. 2B is private, C is private, and D is private, right? So what that means is that I need to update my Kubernetes cluster really quickly. Hang on one second. All right, I can show you this. Okay. Build Pulumi Kubernetes. Nope. Build-O. There we go. Are you going to deploy the Go code and Beanstalk to provision the... No, it's EKS. We already have an EKS Kubernetes cluster. What's up, Santo? How's it going, by the way? But yeah, it's EKS. It's the Kubernetes. What's up, McNulty? How's it going? Okay, cool. And then preview. I want to see if this works. What? Why does it want to delete this freaking IAM role? I don't think we want to delete that role. Let's refresh really quickly. Update. Details. Modified at, and desired size 4. Yes. It's Capuchin. Yeah, it's Capuchin. It's not. I used to use Folk. I don't anymore though. I've been using Capuchin for like, I think like 3 or 4 months now, something like that. Yeah, but you got it. It is that. Yeah, no worries, Nerd You're fine. Like I said, I'm here to help. God, everybody's so obsessed with ChatGPT. I'm gonna be real. I'm just not really the type of streamer that jumps on hype. Unless it's hype I'm interested in. It's just not my bag. I like building stuff too much. How are we gonna fix this, chat? Is my question. So, what is this role that it wants to delete? Oh, scaling. Okay, hold on. Cluster. Dude, this song's a banger. I like it. Doop 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 boop doop doop boop doop boop doop doop boop. Kubernetes. Oh, this is, wait, what? Cluster. Node group? Oh. Here we go. Node group. Yeah, this is what we're looking for. So, max size. Why is this saying that the scaling condition is? Yeah, we can't. We're definitely not needing to delete that. IAM role. Okay. Role name Alta 4 LLC C83. Okay, hold on. Let's go look at our roles really quickly. I'm scared that we're gonna delete a role we need. Actually, yeah, we do need that role. Why does this want to be deleted all of a sudden? Okay, components, cluster, subnets, new cluster, EKS, new cluster, cluster OIDC issuer, load balancer role, new load balancer role. Okay. Load balancer policy document. Load balancer role document. New role. Name. Load balancer role name. Roles. 66 days ago. 18 minutes ago. Are these the same? If these are the same, then we can delete that other one. Okay. Yeah, these look like they're the same. Never mind. We should be okay. Why is dark mode not enabled here? Settings. Oh, I do have dark mode enabled. Let us know what you think. Oh, what? Why is there no dark mode on this page? I guess not. Well, I'm sorry. I can't change it. It won't let me. Yeah, look at this. So these roles are identical. So I think we can delete this. We can safely let this other one get deleted. Yeah. 1 hour ago, 35 minutes ago, 23 minutes ago. Yeah, you see all these, like, except for the load balancing one, these are all being used. So this one, yeah, it looks like this one can actually be deleted. Okay. So let's do update. And let's go to the Kubernetes cluster really quickly as well. Let's make sure that I'm not about to just, like, destroy everything. Would not be the first time. Hang on. I had to delete something from the page. You can actually see the certificate authority right here. So I had to delete it really quickly so you couldn't see. Okay, so that looks fine. Yeah, what's up, Whisper? How's it going, buddy? Compute. Here's our group. Okay. So this should stay the same. We've got the desired node size set to 4. And basically what should happen now is that it's just going to delete the predetermined desired size. So it shouldn't change anything. Yes. Must detach all policies first. Ugh. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? All right, cool. So we're still set to 4 nodes, and with the desired size is now gone. Why we did that was because we're eventually going to add auto scaling to our cluster, and we don't really want to set the desired node size manually. You know what I mean? We'd rather just have it auto scale it. Cannot delete entity. Must first detach all policies. Are you fucking serious? Okay. How doth I do that, pray tell? Without messing everything up. Let's go back here. Let's go to IAM. There we go. Yeah, I would actually. That'd be dope. Thank you. I would like my usual from the Bex. Okay, so let's go to roles really quickly. Default. Or no, this is the one that we're deleting. Yeah. I guess I could just detach these. And then try it again. Got it. Nailed it. Cool. All right, so that IAM role is now gone. You plan on using CAS or Carpenter? Would recommend checking out Carpenter. It's been good work so far for EKS. I don't know what either of those things are, bro. So you're gonna have to drop some links, because yeah, I don't know what either of those things are. If they're Amazon products, here's what I will tell you. There are just so many out there. It's very difficult to follow one over the other. To put it lightly. Oh, the cluster autoscaler. Okay. We could try Carpenter. Okay, now that I know what we're talking about. Kubernetes. Oh. I have heard of this. I actually do know what this is. Okay. Yeah, I do know what this is. I've looked at this because I believe Carpenter does allow you to also create different scaling metrics, right? Like I think Carpenter actually, like, it's not just CPU and GPU, or maybe that's Kata. Maybe I'm thinking of Kata. But I know that there's one out there that like lets you scale based off of like different resources or metrics essentially. Yeah. Okay. Automatically launches just the right number of resources and requests. So does that mean that this integrates with Amazon? I would imagine so. Carpenter will also scale on pending pods. Well, that's good. I mean, we would need that for sure. So what's better, Keta or Kita Kubernetes? Oh, look at that. I already had it in my search history. Oh, no, this is event-driven auto-scaling. With Kita, you can drive scaling of any container Kubernetes based on the number of events needing to be processed. Intelligently scale your event-driven application. So this is all event-driven stuff, though. This is like event-driven. Scalers. Interesting. We haven't added auto-scaling yet to the cluster, so I don't know. I don't remember how we do it at Hippo either, to be honest with you. I really don't. What do you guys think? Which one should we try? I don't know, honestly. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not too sure. Oh, we also added... Okay, so... Wait, does that mean... Hold on. So let's go back to EFS really quickly, actually. because I want to know if we actually, I want to know if we actually did, I got to stop hitting that. I got to know if we actually did add the subnet to the node group. Here we go. Subnets. It didn't. It didn't. Okay, so it's only showing 2 subnets for some reason. So we need to figure out why the cluster is not seeing 3 subnets. Availability zones. Subnets. Get subnets. Build. Preview. Are you serious? There's no way. Hold on. Damn it. Apparently, you can't update the subnets once the node group is created. Oh, farts. Okay. Carpenter also calls directly EC2 and its API instead of auto-scaling groups. This is how you're going to be able to get to nodes in a cluster in under 10 to 15 seconds. Okay. So it sounds like Carpenter might be the way to go here. Damn. I literally can't. Like, I literally can't. I literally can't add the subnet. Okay, so that's good and that's bad. It's good in the sense that what we can do is we can just simply say at the entry point, instead of doing 2B, West 2B, 2C, and 2D, US West 2B, 2C. Oh, never mind. Okay, it's not there because I did that wrong. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I didn't actually label it, so that's why I didn't see it. Here, let's try this. All right. There it is. You see that, chat? There it is. Is this going to make me create a new group? Please don't say no. Please don't say no. Fuck! It is. What? Why do we have to create a whole new cluster? Are you... Oh, God, I hate Kubernetes sometimes. So, what is happening here? So, VPC config. Oh, crap. It's in the VPC config. Okay, I'm not redeploying the whole Kubernetes cluster right now. That's not happening. Here's what we're gonna do. For now, we're just gonna stay in 2C and 2D. That's fine. We'll just stay in these 2 for now. We will have to figure out how to make it. We're gonna have to redeploy the whole cluster, or we'll just create a new one and then move everything. But yeah, we are gonna have to do that. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks so much, dude. Why did I only use 2 AZs and not all 3 of them? Yeah, that is going to be a pain in the ass later. I know for a fact that it's going to be a pain in the ass later. Okay. All right. Yo, Inexpensive. Thank you for the 8 months, man. I appreciate that. Thank you, my dude. Thank you very much. That Prime subby. All right, yeah, we're not going to change any of this. Let me just build this really quickly. Preview. I don't think we have any changes now, right? Yeah, nothing's changed. All right, cool. All right, if that's the case, then here's what we're going to do. We're just going to say for now, we're going to add availability zones US West to C and then US West to D. right? The reason why we're doing this is because EFS, right? EFS requires us to attach mount points, or I'm sorry, networking basically, to each of our subnets. So if we go to EFS, Elastic File System, right? And then we click on our EFS storage that we've got, you're going to see that there's no mount targets available. We've got no DNS names here, right? The reason for that is because we haven't attached it to any networks yet. Basically, this is a inaccessible EFS mount point right now. There's literally nothing we can do with it. So the reason why I had to figure out which subnets we need and stuff like that is because I don't want to create more mount points than I need, for one. And for two, I really just need to create mount points for each availability zone my instances are in, right? So what that means is essentially that I need to create 2 mount points right now, one in US West 2D and one in US West 2C, right? And so now if I build this and then we do a preview, we should see that it finds 2 of them. Yeah, I see this subnet 0. And if we go and look back here, right, and we go to our VPC, we go to subnets, we're going to see 2A, 2B, 2C, and 2D, right? And then if we look, this one should equal D, yep. And then this one should equal C. Oops. Yep, there we go. So that means that we're going to create 2 network mount points, 1 in each subnet. Cool. Okay. So now that we've got the subnet IDs that we're looking for, now we're going to go to, is it mount target? Yeah, mount target. And we're going to create these mount targets. I'm going to copy that. Yo, Sky, Al by Night, thank you for the follows, guys. I appreciate that. Paste this in. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. All right. Subnet ID is used but not declared. So subnet ID can go there. And then is this a normal string? Yeah, so we'll say Pulumi.string, right? Boom. And then this is actually going to be resource, right? Yep. And then here, resource dot ID, I believe. And I think I don't even need this. I think I can just do this. Right? Yeah, because it's already a Pulumi input. Okay, so then we'll say, I'm not going to know which AZ this is in. Crap. See, this is what sucks about searching this way. It's like, I don't know which one is actually in which. And so if I wanted to do this appropriately, I wouldn't just do get subnets. Like I need more than just the subnet IDs. You know what I mean? Or I mean, I don't know. I guess we could do this. Pulumi.parent file systems. Yeah. Okay. I don't really like naming things like 1, 2, 3. You know what I mean? I'd rather have this mount target like actually be named as the region that it's in. The problem is I'm not going to have that because I've just got the subnet IDs. So like what I probably need to, okay, here's what we can do. So we can do this as well, which is to do lookup subnet information, right? So we have the subnet ID and we're already looping. So instead of like making more loops and stuff like that, I could basically just say, well, before we actually create the thing, we'll find all of our subnet IDs, and then for each one of those subnets, we'll do another lookup to get the actual subnet data. That works, I guess. Get subnet. Get subnet result. Availability. Yeah, see availability zone, all this stuff. So this is what we want. We want to be able to look up the subnet based off of the ID. Yeah, just like this. So we'll grab this. Actually, we'll grab both of these. Grab this as well. And we'll just paste this in right here. Right? And so now what we're going to do is we're going to say subnet error Pulumi string ref subnet ID. Is this an actual? Yeah. This is an actual ID. Could I just do string? Does it actually need to be a string reference? Oh, yeah, it does. Never mind. I accidentally did the wrong thing. Thank you. String ref. Yep. Okay. So now, why does it say nil here? Is that required? No. Okay. Does this need a parent by chance? Pulumi invoke option. No. Okay. It's an invoke option. Okay. And then here we're going to say subnet dot ID like that. And then we'll also say subnet name, right? And then we'll do fmt sprint f alt F4 LOL. Does this have any naming conventions in it? Or is this just going to be for the resource name? So file system ID, IP address, security groups. Oh, we're not going to have any security groups. That's going to be interesting. That's probably not going to work. So let's say recording pipeline and then %s, and then we'll do subnet. Oh God, I hope this works. Okay, it's just strings, thank God. Availability zone. And then this will tell us which AZ, which mount target is in. So we'll say subnet name like that. Oh, and actually this isn't a subnet name. Technically it's a mount target name. There we go. Tags maybe? Nope, no tags. Nothing. Nada, chat. Not a dang thing, chat. Not a dang thing. Look at that. 2 new mount points. Recording pipeline US West 2D. Recording pipeline US West 2C. Let's go. I like it. Oh yeah, you can't see that one, but you can see this one right here. There you go. Look at that. Recording pipeline US West 2D. Do you have the Moonlander layout? Yep, right there, my friend. I also have a plank. Shabam! Could you imagine if I just typed on this for a stream? Look at the size of this keyboard, chat. Look at the size of this keyboard. It's so small. It's such a little guy. I love it. I could try. Hold on. Oh, I don't know if it'll reach that far. This cable is purposely taut to the length of which it is. Yeah, I can't. I don't think I can get a keyboard. Is this my gaming keyboard? No, this is like this is just like one of my. So if you guys don't know what a plank is, here. It literally fits in the shot. This is a plank. Here, I'll just move this out of the way. There you go. There you go. This is a plank right here. Basically, this is kind of like an experimental keyboard is what I would call it. I don't know if this is not a keyboard you use normally. The TLDRs, as you can see, it has, yeah, look, the space bar is like, little guy, little guy. The whole point behind it is that it utilizes layering very heavily. And so the idea behind it is like, you notice that like there's not even like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 up here, right? That's because there technically is, but to access it, you have to trigger that layer, right? So down here, there are 2 layer buttons, one right here and one, where is it? Right here, right? Oh, sorry, my finger's in the way. One right here where I'm tapping. Sorry, one right here where I'm tapping. And then another one right here where I'm tapping. Essentially, you can either go up, or you can go down. And depending on which way you go, this whole layer changes, right? So if I'm like, I want to do 1, it's actually 1, right? 2, 3, right? 4, stuff like that. And I got this keyboard because like I was very interested in it, right? Like it's pretty, yeah, it's almost kind of like not really. Like you still have to do full typing. Like that's the downside to this, is you really do still have to do full typing. But it's just like it's meant to be like a super compact, helpful kind of keyboard, you know what I mean? And I like it. Like I actually do like it a lot. I think the Plank is a very, very cool piece of tech. It's just not very practical. Right? Because I'm used to, like, for me, I don't want to use 2 keys just to, like, hit the number 1 key. You know what I mean? It's just more work. And I think that's the best example of the Plank, is, like, it's a bit more work. You know what I mean? It's a bit more work. Oh, you know what? I got a better idea. File system. We don't even need to do mount target name. We can just tell it which one it's gonna be in. So subnet dot availability zone. Bam. That's it. Yeah. Because we don't really use the Alt F4 LLC stuff until it's like, visible in the UI. Like if you notice, all of our naming conventions in the actual UI has like our company name in front of it. And you might be like, well, why is that, BG? Like, why don't you just have like US West 2A, 2B? Because we don't just create products for our company. We also create products for other companies as well. And so in the future, whenever we have like other companies, like say we have to set up a VPC for somebody else, then it'll be company thing, right? Company thing. And so that's why we have this standardization of like our name. Like again, if you go here, and then we go to buckets, for example, because buckets actually have some of those in there. Where is it? What? S3. Here we go. I forgot the S3 color got changed to green. Yeah, so here you go. So in this one, you'll see like Alt F4, IA Living, Quirk, right? It's because Quirk is its own entity, right? Like Quirk is its own entity. This project that we've been working on for a company is its own entity, and then like the things we work on, right, are our own entity. So that's kind of why we use this naming convention. Yeah, it helps. It definitely helps when like again you're trying to like set up stuff. EFS mount targets. Okay, cool. So let's do this. Let's do Pulumi update, and now if we go to our EFS, did I just like accidentally close? Yeah, I did. If we go to EFS here, we're going to tell it to create. And we'll go here. We'll go to network. Bam. Look at that. And they're actually getting created right now. See that? 2 mount targets. 1 in USC, 1 in D. Mount target ID. That's interesting. I didn't give these security groups. I'm wondering if I need to. Do you need to give these security groups? Yo, Denzel, what's up, man? How's it going, buddy? I can't remember if you need to give mount targets, because, like, I'm going to be real. I kind of figured these would have been created much quicker. You should actually, otherwise. Well, no, I'm okay with not accessing it myself right now. I just don't know which. But like, which security group would I use? I don't think this needs security groups to create. I think these just may be taking a minute. Let's see. I want to believe you don't like you're not wrong. We need security groups. Oh, yep. See, I'm right. Okay. Ha! Oh, it gave it the default one. Oh, that sucks. So it just gave it the default one. Yo, what's up, Orca? How's it going, buddy? So it gave it the default one. Interesting. EKS. So we could do default. EKS and EKS cluster SG. Oh my God. If another person brings up... Dude, you guys are fucking sheep. I love you so much, but good God, you guys are fucking sheep. Literally, so many people have brought up ChatGPT today. Cool. I don't think it's not impressive. It's just like... You guys just like consume the latest technology like it's fucking candy, dude. Take it back a notch, man. Like, no, I have not. Hey, Alta Forstream, guess what I'm playing around with today? Is it ChatGPT? No, listen, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to be mean. I love you guys. You know I do so much. I just like, I always like, it's just me being a grumpy streamer because like I always know when tech is coming out because you guys always are like, hey. I will try. Here's the thing. I don't even think ChatGPT, I don't even think I have access to it, dude. Real talk. I don't even think I have an open API account. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Open API. I don't even think I have an open API account, chat. I don't even know how to get there. Oh, God. Most of the new tech that comes out is barely MVP state. Dude, that's why I don't give a flying about any of this. I'm going to be 100% with you. That is why I don't care about stuff when it comes out. Because most new tech is like, hey, look at this one thing we can do awesomely, but it still sucks at everything else. It's like, dude, okay, let's talk about it in like 6 months, okay? This kind of stuff is, don't get me wrong, this kind of stuff is neat, but like, I'm just like, ugh. You must have an open API account. Okay. I'll create an open API account. Create your account. Do I not really have one of these things? I'm doing this later. I don't know. I'm doing this later. No, I'm not looking at ChatGPT today. Bottom line, no, I'm not. So like, here's the thing, and I'm going to be real with you. Like, give me a reason why I should use it. Seriously. Give me a reason on why I should use it right now. And like practically, Jack, check out the dot files YouTube video in there. Give me a practical reason why, just for fun. Okay, cool. Yeah. That's cool. Honestly, dude, I think Avi has ruined me. I hate to say it, but I really think Avi, Kenzo Dev, I think he has ruined me. Because now I don't give a shit about anything until it's practical. Like Rust. Honestly, Rust is something that's like, you know, really interesting, but like, what is the practicalness of it? You could ask it questions and get good feedback to what you're doing. What? You could ask it questions and get feedback for what you're doing. What if I don't care about the feedback from it? How do I do this and that? Oh, well then it's just an advanced search engine. That's all it is. I can do that on Google. One target per availability zone. Okay, I need to figure out which security group I need to be binding to. I'm sorry, I'm just being a butt cheek because I get this shit every day. I'll give it a try though. It's not something I'm not interested in. I'm just being a butt cheek because I'm being a butt cheek. That's it. I'm just being a butt cheek, chat. It's okay. A big ol' butt cheek. All right, just a big ol' booty cheek. That's what I'm being. Disregard. Rox was trying to make an actual product with it yesterday on stream. He had some good ideas, but I have no idea how to use this myself. Well, here's the thing. I'm gonna be clear with you, okay? I know exactly what these things are for, right? Most of these things are gonna be related to content creation, like plain and simple. The auto-generating pictures thing to even like stuff like that. It's gonna be content creation. Majority of stuff is going to be, I need a blurb on something, give it to me, right? The stuff that we're messing with now, or like what you guys are messing with now, is more than likely simply just improving the thing, right? Because every time you use it, you make it a little smarter and a little smarter and a little smarter, right? That's the point of ML, at least if you're doing it well. So, you know, you guys aren't just messing around with this for fun. You're actually contributing to its knowledge and its growth by asking it prompts, giving it more prompts, getting like ML is just about accuracy. That's it. How accurately can I get you the response that you're looking for? And the more questions you give it, the more prompts you give it, stuff like that, the more accurate those are going to be, right? So yeah, like content creation and stuff like that is going to be very important, right? But just like talking to it, you know, you're really just, you know, having fun and if anything, hopefully, you know, contributing to its like knowledge and stuff, you know what I mean? I like that explains what it's doing though. Yeah, that is cool. That is cool. That is cool. Like I honestly, I didn't even mess with, I've never once worked with the auto generating images thing. I can't remember the name of it, but I've never worked with that. Never. So I just like ML and AI stuff is like, it's super interesting, but like I've seen so many people jump into it and just not know what the they're doing that I've just kind of gone like, yeah, I'm not going to have a conversation on something that I don't know about until I actually do. You know, that's just my real reels on that one. What do you want, Atoda? You fuck off. Oh, is the Robex here? I go, oh, is the Robex here? And he goes, not for you. Fair enough. Build models, measure, improve, repeat. Yeah, literally, that's it. Yeah. We got smoothies and no straws. Are you serious? Ugh, that's annoying. All right. I need to. Interesting. Oh, they were just hiding in the bag. Gotcha. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Orca, thank you. Actually, I got to kill my coffee before I drink my smoothie. Yeah, no, I'm being a butt cheek. I'm just being a butt cheek. I think you guys should mess with it. I think you guys should enjoy yourselves, have fun with it. I'm gonna be real. I just don't have time. I just don't have time. I would like to though. Hey, Amazon nerds, let's get back to work here. Question. So wait, this is the default security group. Default Alta 4 security group default. Yeah, see this has got nothing on it. I think this is the security group we need to give it access to. You know what I'm saying? All traffic source. Okay, so this is, yeah, so what I think we need to do if we want Kubernetes nodes, hey, chat, listen up. All right, this is what I'm trying to do, all right? I just created an EFS mount, right? You see my little EFS mount thing that I got here? Shabam! I also have added it to 2 subnets in my VPC. Shabam! Problem. It got the default security group, and Amazon auto creates the security group for the cluster. So I'm wondering if I need to make a security group for these endpoints and then tell it that the cluster can access them, right? So I'm not coupling the security group to, well, no, it's not about changing it, USMC chick. It's about coupling the right things to the right things and not the wrong things. So for example, like if I want to just remove, I will literally ban you, Orca. I will literally ban you. Tell you what, if you can ask it and get a quicker response than I can, go for it. But I swear it's a complete waste of time. Because I already know what I need to do. I'm going to need to create a new security group, and then I'm going to need to attach this security group to it. Or I could say Alt F4 LLC. I could use the default one, edit inbound rules, and then add the security group to it. Well, once you have a question you don't already know the answer to, I'll ask. Well, ChatGPT ain't that helpful now, is it? I thought it was supposed to answer my question. Yo, anonymous. Again, anonymous. Do you just want a hug? I will give you a hug. You don't have to be anonymous. I can give you a hug. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much for the continued support and the gifted subbies. I'm not even sure what you were asking. That's because you're not a good engineer. Ask ChatGPT, all right? Maybe it'll know what I'm doing. It's all right. You got ChatGPT. That's all you need, right, Orca? Who needs I'm sorry. Orca's genuinely one of like the best engineers I know. I can't say that seriously. I'm just kidding. Go ask ChatGPT if you're a top engineer. I love it. No, Orca, I'm just trying to create mount points for an EFS volume and make sure that the security groups are, or that it's accessible. Security groups can be used by all parts of the project. Yeah, you're not wrong, and that's why we kind of need to think about, like honestly, what we probably really need to do now is we probably need to go into internal resource and then do like security group dot go, right? And then we'll create like a security group. You feel me? And then that security group will add the Kubernetes cluster security group to it. And then what we'll say is we'll attach our new security group, which allows the Kubernetes cluster traffic to access it, to our EFS mount points. And then that should mean that only our Kubernetes cluster can access these EFS mount points. You feel me, chat? Does that make sense, or do you need me to get Chat GPT? Do you need me to... All right, I'm sorry. I'll stop. There's probably like 4 streamers streaming on Chat GPT right now, and I'm just like indirectly offending them. Oh God, there is. Whoops. That's funny. Oh, I feel bad now. I don't have any beef against anybody who's streaming about ChatGPT. I like how this has become a bit. ChatGPT is so hot right now. What's funny is like this is exactly the same thing that happened like with the like as more applications of AI get popular, this is just gonna be more and more. You know what I mean? Like more and more like, oh. Wait, is this attached to anything? I want to delete this really quickly. Oh, it's not. Look at that. Plus AOC equals profit. That's true. You probably could just ask ChatGPT to solve your AOC problems. I don't think the security group is being used. Default security group, default EKS security group. EKS created security group applied to ENI that is attached to the EKS control plane master nodes as well as any managed workloads. Okay, so here's a question. So this security rule allows traffic from load balancers, and it allows traffic from the cluster itself. So if we use this, it means that, like, if we were to attach this security group directly to the EFS mount points, then it would allow all of this stuff to work. But it would also allow TCP 80, like basically it would allow all of this extra stuff too, which we really don't care about too much. You feel me? So that's why I'm thinking what we might want to do is maybe either use Alta4 LLC EKS. And then say all inbound traffic from itself. Where is EKS? I need to see something about EKS. EKS. Hang on. So here's our main security group, cluster security group, additional security groups. Bro. Fuck. I mean, whatever. It's like 3 lines. It's not that big a deal. It's not the whole thing. I guess it really doesn't matter if I show you that because, like, you don't see the whole thing. Now, if I scrolled through it, then that would be a problem. But no, it's fine. It's technically fine. You see this? You don't get the whole thing. But I didn't. Why do they do this? Like, I don't care. I'll show this now. Like, again, I don't give a shit. But like, why is this not closed? Why is that not hidden? I don't get it. Again, it doesn't matter. I like how somebody in chat was like, "Ha ha! Gotcha! Thank Captain Caplock. I appreciate that. They should have a streamer mode. There's I think Clarkio. I can't remember his name. I think Clarkio made like one of those things where like it actually is like a Google Chrome plugin or some shit. Anonymous Gifter, thank you so much for this. The continued support. Seriously, thank you so much. You're literally keeping us alive. Azure only, I think, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha. It only works on Azure. Got it. All right, so here's a question, chat. If I add... All right, if I add the security group, right, is it going to break stuff? Like, is it going to want me to re-provision the whole cluster? You feel me? You see what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm putting down, chat? Are you? Are you picking up what I'm putting down? Security, version, role, subnet IDs, cluster args. But that's the cluster, bruh. Why, like, cluster security group, manage. Ugh, is that really all you can frickin' do? Check documentation. Somebody ask Chat API if we can do this. Yeah, this is the Capuchin one as well. I don't remember which one I did, but it's one of them. I think mine's not the default one. It's like the other one. You know what I mean? VPC config, security group IDs, list of security groups for cross-account elastic network interfaces that EKS creates to allow communication between your worker nodes and the control plane. It's Mocha, yeah. Yeah, it's Mocha. You nailed it. You nailed it, dude. So that's what this is. That's what this is. So here's a question, though. Is it going to get rid of my existing one? You know what I mean, chat? Like, is it going to get rid of Pulumi dot toString array string? Let's just hard code this for right now. I want to, dude. I'm a bit bummed that, like, if you really want to change anything with EKS, you're basically just creating a whole new cluster. Like, you really do need to be aware of, like, what you're doing. Otherwise, you're pretty much going to have to recreate the whole fucking thing. And if you, like, have already deployed stuff to it, like, that sucks. Mocha is my favorite coffee. Thank you, Zummy. Big oopsie. Yeah, it's all right. It shouldn't, right? You would think it wouldn't, but we're about to find out. We're about to find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. Fuck. Are you serious, bruh? Just to add a fucking security group? Ugh. Cue the 7 episodes of Powering Up. Yeah. Seriously. Ugh. That's seriously unfortunate. Ugh. Happy Friday, Zummy. Good to see you, buddy. Yeah, that is seriously unfortunate. One, two. I guess it's just two. Never mind. It's just two. Sorry, I was reading something. GCP will forever have the best Kubernetes experience. I really wish EKS would copy them. I mean, man, should I just use Google? Is that what you're telling me? Like, real talk, should I just use Google? I mean, of course Google's going to have the best experience with Kubernetes, man. Of course they are. I don't know, maybe. But then that means, like, we have to move everything to Google. Yeah, no, AKS is great, too. If you're primarily using Kubernetes, yes, we are primarily using Kubernetes. You know that. Ugh. That sucks, dude. So what's the best case to do in this place? Doesn't get better than GCP, unfortunately. Okay, I want to do something really quickly. GCP cost calculator. I'm curious on something. Okay, compute engine. Is it GKE standard? Is that what this is? Yeah, I'm not gonna just jump into it without asking the cost. No, this is compute. GKE Kubernetes standard. Sure. Total numbers of node in a node pool 3. What are these nodes for? Stuff. Jeez Louise, this is terrible. Let's zoom in here. Stuff. Operating system, container optimized, Ubuntu Windows Server. Container optimized, sure. Provisioning model, regular. We'll do regular for now. General purpose. Yeah, general purpose is fine. There should be like a T series, right? Yeah. TA. Is TA or is T2? Could I get an estimate, please? So maybe something like, I think this might be around what we're using right now. Like 4 cores? Yeah, I think this is around what we're using right now. Balance persistence disk, boot size disk, 50 gigs. Where the fuck is the estimate? Come on, dude. Give me the estimate. Sustained use discounts. GPUs aren't selected for the machine. Okay. Data center origin. Oregon. We'll do Los Angeles because that's like close to us. Committed usage, none. Average 24 hours, 7 days a week. Add to estimate. I know. Hold on. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. There we go. Okay, so $440 a month with a T2D. Let's see if maybe the D one is not. Maybe we don't want the D. Because I would imagine the T2 series are bursts. Instance type not available in this region. Crap. Okay, so it has to be T2Ds. 2 CPUs, 8 gigs of RAM, which is probably more accurate to what we would want. Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I mean, this isn't bad. 225. That's less than what we're paying right now. Here's a question. Does GKE do the stupid pod restrictions like Amazon does? Because if that's the case, this is hands down enough for us to move over. If GKE doesn't do the same pod restrictions like Amazon does, honestly, this is a pretty good option. What pod restriction? What's the pod restriction? You guys don't know about the pod restrictions? So if you guys use... Here, I'll show you. If you guys use the normal compute nodes, right? Let's open up these 4. Right? And we go to them. Right? There's a pod restriction per resource class of how many pods you can have on a node. Doesn't matter how much available cores you have. Doesn't matter how much available memory you have. It's a strict restriction that if you Google AWS EKS pod restriction or pod limits, right? There is I shit you not, chat. There is the only place you can find it is in the source code, in the source code of their stuff. I don't know where it is. Here we go. This document. Yep, here it is right here. Flebron, I don't know if that's entirely true, because if that was the case, then it wouldn't matter, right? Like, this is just purely restricted based off of the resource class type. You feel me? Like what you're talking about is almost what Mindful Monk is mentioning, of just like pure 110 pods per node. But what this is doing, Flebron, is this is actually saying per resource class there's only specific limitations, right? No, I know this is related to ENI, but what I'm saying is it's not across all ones the same. You feel me? What I'm saying is that it's per resource class. That's the problem. That's the challenge I'm having. I don't care. What I'm trying to say is I don't care about the ENI thing. It's the fact that they restrict it per resource class to the amount of pods you can put on it, right? Exactly. Yeah, that shouldn't be a thing. Like, that shouldn't be a thing, Flebron. You feel me? Like, why that's a thing is a technical reason that Amazon is doing it. You know what I mean? So yeah, like this is a bummer. You can get around this, by the way. I want to be clear, Flebron, and for anyone else, you can get around this. You just use your own. Exactly. You just don't use the VPC CNI. Exactly. Yeah, I'm aware of that. However, it is very nice to be able to have all this working this way. You know what I mean? So it's a bummer. You know, I guess what I'm meaning to say, regardless of what you choose or not choose to do, this is kind of the way that they suggest it. Use CNI with these, you know, with all this stuff. And it costs more money, which is what Amazon wants. What's your link? Sorry. There's like 3 links. Sorry. But yeah, you're right. It is related to the networking stuff. Is this what we're talking about? Okay, so it's just this. Okay. Limits per project. See, like, yeah, pods per node. For GKA versions earlier, oh, no, this is 256. I don't know what you want me to find, dog. Scroll down to the pod limits. This one? I don't know what pod limit. 100 nodes, the quotas are not reapplied. The maximum number of pods includes system pods. The number of system pods varies depending on the cluster configuration enabled with the features. This is what I linked. Oh, that's the same thing that USMC chick linked. Okay, what is a pod? Pod limits. Okay, here we go. By default, a pod has no upper bound on the maximum amount of CPU or memory it can use on a node. You can set limits to control the amount of CPU memory. Blah, 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 blah. In addition to pod's limits, you can specify the individual containers run on the pod. But see, this is all customizable. What I'm saying, it is strongly recommended you configure limits for your pods based on the requirements of the actual workloads, best practice. See, here's the thing is like, I feel you. What's nice about this is you can set it. You know what I mean? Like, think about this, bro. Think about this. And again, I'm not even saying that, like, you know, like, I'm not trying to, like, bring up too much controversy here outside of just this plain and simple fact, right? Which is a T3A large, which is like 4 cores and like 8 gigs of RAM or something like that, can only have 35 pods on it. Like, what? Like, I feel like this is still way too small. I don't know. Yeah, this is something eventually we're going to have to figure out how to work around, for sure. Yeah. For now, it's not that big of a deal, but it's definitely something we'll have to figure out how to work around. Anyways, yo, what's up, Abbott? How's it going? Hello, hello. All right, so how are we going to do this networking thing? Because we're kind of in a scenario where to get to where we want, we literally have to destroy the whole Kubernetes cluster and recreate it. And I don't really feel like doing that. One thing that is nice, though, is that we can easily create a new cluster if we wanted to. So, for example, what we could do is we could be like, boom, you know what I mean? And then have like a side cluster and stuff like that, and then like move everything, you know? It definitely means you got to get your, you know, I'm very bummed that like you basically, if you touch anything with an EKS cluster, it just doesn't work. Can't you create a no node pool? No, because this is related to the VPC options on the Kubernetes cluster itself. This isn't related to the node group. So you see here how we've got cluster args, and then you'll see like a VPC config here, right? Security group IDs and subnet IDs. The subnet IDs is what we need to fix so that we have 3 subnets, right? However, this security group IDs is what gives us the security groups that we need. And that is attached to the main cluster, not the node groups, which is stupid. What keyboard is that? It's a Moonlander. Did your keyboard come pre-made or is it custom? It came pre-made. Yeah, it's a Moonlander. You could use GCP, GKE, and Transit Gateway over to AWS like what Hippo does. Yeah, I could. But it's like really at that point, like what does it matter? We don't really use anything outside of like Kubernetes and SQS and SNS, you know what I mean? Like at that point, it's almost like, who cares? Damn. All right. Is that vertical line on the right a visual indicator of line length? Sorry. You mean this one? This line right here? It's the 80 character line. It's the, yeah, it just shows me where the 80 character limit is. Yeah. Sorry. I don't know if that's what you meant, but you know me. I'm not great with names of things. Like I know 99% of the like what most of you are talking about, but until I've like indexed it in my brain, I have no idea. Has 80 character rule, ignores it. I ignore it when I want to. I mean, what are you trying to say? Like, okay, what does that mean? I got to do this? Right? Like 9 times out of 10, when I find myself going beyond the 80 character rule, it's because I have to, or like I have to format it in a stupid way. Like to do that, then for this, for example, God, of course you would say something, Orca. Of course you would. Of course you would. Stupid as fucking just there. All right, you happy? Now it looks like JavaScript. Happy now? Happy now, Orca? We look like we're in JavaScript now. It's because I do it too. 2022, 80 characters is outdated anyways. What? Why? You give me a valid reasoning to why you say that, Karf, and I'll believe you. I don't think the 80 character limit is outdated. It simply means you need to be writing nice, clean code. honestly, the more you do it, the better code you're going to get out of it. So 120 characters is the new ruler length. Good God. Why? Are you serious? That just enables for so much bad writing. Really? Always rocking the best t-shirts. Thank you, Mr. Yan. I appreciate that, dude. You can fit 2 120 character editors side by side. Yeah, like that's literally why I do it. Is because I can do this. You feel me? Like one of the reasons why I really like the 80 character limit too is because like I can use split screens and stuff like that. Yeah, I feel you. I see the point. Carf, I see what your point is now. Honestly though, like I guess I haven't really thought about it because I don't really go for wide. You know what I mean? Like I really don't. Like I try and keep as vertical with my code as I possibly can. You know what I mean? Like I really do. Like this is nice. Look at this. Like this is just super nice. Super clean, super easy to read. I feel like the more right you go, it's just like harder to, you know what I mean? Yes, that is the way. It's easier to scroll vertically than horizontally. Yeah, I agree with that too. Because when you do horizontal scrolls, you gotta like get on the line and then you do like E or you know search or something like that. You know what I mean? I'll take it back. I didn't know that it was a new standard of 120. I'll take that one back, but I also don't know if I agree with it. Yeah, I don't know if I actually agree with using a 120. That's insane. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta see this. Hold on. Dot files. 80. Host port. There we go. You're saying 120, bro. That's what you're saying right now. 120. Are you serious? Are you serial? I don't even believe this. Let's look. I want to see what 120 looks like. Good God. Holy crap, dude. It's all the way over here. That's more than 75% of the screen. How do you do 2 of these? Seriously, like real talk. I don't see anybody with Windows managers being able to use 120 unless your screen is just huge. Seriously. Okay, yeah, that's too far. Yes, I love it. I was like, wait a minute, let's put this into practicality for a second. I love that. I really appreciate your honesty on that one. That's why I had to look at it. I was just like, I don't really know if I would like it. You know what I mean? Like that's so far, dude. Especially if you're using like split screen. Like how do you know what I mean? Like how do you split screen effectively? I wouldn't do it. I already knew. Denzel's like, bro, I've already been there. I've tried it. Don't work. I'm going to look at it on my screen. I want to see. Dude, go for it. Oh, shit. All right. I got to... Oh, man. I just realized what time it was. I still use 80 characters. In the Python, you should use 120. Wait, why? Why in Python should you use in 120? It's less than half of my screen. Dude, what resolution are you at, bro? Time flies when you're having fun. I know. Well, so here's the thing is like I normally stream for 4 hours. I have not been able to lately because I've been so busy. 1440p. Oh, okay. I see. The policy for PEP? PEP? Yeah, what monitor are you rocking? Post the monitor in chat if you don't mind. Yeah, I like 80. I'm just gonna stick with 80, chat. I think that's what I'm just gonna stick with. All right, so we need to find security group IDs. String, right? Pulumi dot to string array, right? Gotta upgrade myself. Fishing for product. Oh, they gave you that monitor? That's nice. Damn. Hey, I have a question. Would you rather... Here's a question, chat. Real talk. Real talk here, chat. Would you rather me kill the stream now? Or would you let me take like a 10 and 15 minute call and then we can keep working? Here, I'm gonna do a poll. I'll let you decide. Which should I do? Take meeting on stream. Call it for the day. Call it for the day. All right, 2 minutes. You vote. You gotta vote. I'm not kidding. If you don't vote, I'm not doing it. Like, so vote it up. Tell me which one you think you want me to do, and then I will do it. Oh, wow. Most of you guys, okay, all right. You guys are really okay with me taking a meeting on a call or on a stream? All right. All right. All right. I see you, chat. Other streamers do it. I know. I just feel like I'm not being engaging. And I feel like I should be. 2 4K monitors, LG Ultra. Good God. All right. Well, we'll let the poll go. Tell you what, if we get to 20, we're at 18 votes right now. If we get to 20, then I will stay for sure. Not to say like we're already not there anyways. Study time does it. Nice. Just let us watch even without sound. It would be funny. All right. We'll do it. I'll stay. We don't even need the 2 extra votes. I'll stay. I have to do a meeting with a coworker on something that he wants to get out the door. So hang on. Let me grab my laptop. Let me get kind of set up here. That's true, Denzel. That's very true. All right, 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, you like my sweet programming posture? It's called the dinosaur pose. Okay, now you've made me think about my posture. Hold on. Let me get my back cracked. Oh. Yeah, the T-Rex, bro. That's what it is. Ugh. Okay. There you go, chat. There's my posture's better now. Okay, Slack is telling me I have a notification somewhere that I do not know where the fuck it is. The curvature of your neck is impressive. A seasoned veteran. Okay. Not really sure what exactly you're going with that one, but I'll take it? Question mark? Check Discord. Oh. No, I have a Slack message. Oh, good God, dude. How do you read this? Okay, chat, hold on. I got to show you what Orca just sent me. How can you even read this? Look at how small this text is, bro. How can you read this? Like, your poor eyes. I've got to imagine at that scale, like, it's not that small on a 27-inch monitor. I'm on a 27-inch monitor, bro. That's what this is. That's the monitor I'm on right now. Pretty well, actually. Damn. All right. Fair enough. I'm listen, chat. I'm blind. Okay. I'm blind. Be honest. I wear glasses for a reason. Okay. The font size shouldn't cause your eyes to hurt. Yeah. I thought I was blind. I thought I was blind, and now I can see. What was I doing, chat? Oh yeah, EC2. It does. Well, that's what I mean is like normally, so Kawhi or Kawhi, I think that's how you say it. Yeah, like I'm not like same basically, right? All I know though is when you go to higher resolution, you either need to increase your font size or the zoom factor, I guess is what they call it now, right? Where you can have like 4K, but you can zoom in on it as if it was like 1080p, right? Like that kind of stuff. Interesting. That's interesting. All right, so we need to add this security group. I think for now, honestly, because I know this is just going to get deleted, I think we're just going to use the security group that we've got right here, the main EFS one. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to get deleted. It is. It's going to get deleted. So we might as well just add a security group that we know for a fact will work. However, fuck. I'm going to have to, pardon my language, chat. I'm going to have to recreate this cluster. Because, like, here's the problem with this kind of stuff is when you sacrifice to, like, cut corners, you're going to start cutting more corners. And I know there's a few things here that I'm already nervous about. One of them is I might not be able to actually delete the cluster until I remove the security group from the mount points. And you might be like, BG, why? Because Amazon doesn't like you deleting things when things are in use. And so, yeah, the TLDR on that is essentially, if I assign the security group to something else, then I might find myself trying to delete like the cluster later, and then it going like, well, no, the security group that you have attached to, you know, these mount points are that cluster group. You can't get rid of it. You might hit this. What is this? Exactly. Yeah, literally, exactly. Mindful Monk. You nailed it on the head. Yeah. You should ask Ashish. He's a wizard with EKS and Kubernetes. He is. Yeah. My coworker Ashish is like the Kubernetes god. He's way better at it than I am. Something I learned in school: every time you scrape it and start over, you get faster at it. Yeah. No, that is actually a very astute and, you know, valid perspective and opinion. You're not wrong at all. It's a lot of what DevOps does, to be honest with you. It's a lot of what we do here in the DevOps world is scrap it and make it better next time. Let me check my phone really quickly, chat. Hang on. Got a pace for now? Yeah. Okay, cool. I had to make sure you can't see my phone. Are we almost ready? Yeah, looks like it. Okay. Sorry. Got a piece for now. All right, buddy. See ya. All right, so yeah, let's do that really quickly. We're going to go to file system. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, why? What? Did I just like accidentally delete the whole file? Oh, no, I renamed it. Okay. Woo! That scared me. I was like, did I accidentally just delete it? But no, I renamed it. That's why. Yeah. That terrified me, chat, for just a second. Okay. Let's build. Try this again. And preview. Dope. All right, so now it's going to take our default security group and it's going to change it to this. Update. All right, so now let's go to EFS. And let's go to network. And again, see here, here's our two. But again, our security group is default. See this here? Default down here. I know it's hard to see, but it says default. Promise. Let's update this. I wonder if it needs to recreate them. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, cool. There we go. The security group's been added. And so you can see here, here's the EKS security group now. See that right there? I know it's right underneath my keyboard. Boop, right here. Okay, so what does this mean? So this means that our EKS nodes can now access the mount points that they need as well. Or they should be able to. So the next thing we need to do is we need to set up the EFS CSI driver. And we'll probably have to do that once I'm done with the meeting. But the TLDR on this is what we really want to do is not just create a shared file system that like VMs can access. What we really want to do is we want to create a shared file system that Kubernetes itself can access, right? If we go back to our chart, we look at our chart, right? We said that the worker itself mounts the EFS node or EFS volume over NFS, right? So what we really want is we want the pod to be able to do that. And if you go, well, BG, how do you do that? You use the Amazon EFS driver. And the idea here is that this driver is something you deploy and set up in your Kubernetes cluster, and it can mount EFS volumes directly, right? So you'll see here, like, here's the policy stuff, right? Here's the driver itself. You can install it with Helm, which is probably what we'll do, right? And then we'll create an EFS file system, right? Which we've already done. We've already created the EFS file system, and we've, done the security group stuff. And then we create mount targets, so get nodes, right? So we already created the mount targets as well, right? And so now to deploy it, what it says we do is we grab the file system ID, we create we add the storage class, and then we just say in the file, this is the file system ID for that storage class. Download the manifest, apply, and then pods should start being able to attach to that PVC through the EFS claim. Yep. Cool. All right, so that's what we're going to do next. All right, so do me a favor, chat. You guys voted on it. I am going to take a I'm not even taking a break, really. I have to jump on my call now. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to jump on my call really quickly. I'm just going to put it on high desktop, and you guys chat amongst yourself for the next few minutes while I'm on my call. And then when I get back, I might take a super fast break as well once I get off my call. But yeah, we'll stream for a little while longer. All right, so give me a second. I will be right back. Chat amongst yourselves. That's it. I'm done. Meeting done. You guys want to know what was funny about that meeting? So, the TLDR is at work, we did something with one of our bigger like monolith repositories, which is we took there's 50 tests in total in this monolith. And so what we did is we said, all right, we'll do half of the tests on every PR, and then we'll do the other half nightly, right? And the nightly checks are basically against the main branches, whereas the PR checks are against feature branches, right? So the whole idea is you open up a branch and you get 25 tests, those are successful, you can merge it. However, it doesn't mean that the other 25 have ran until that night. And so what happened, and basically why we did this is because we were spending a lot of money on these tests in CI. I always hated this, by the way. This is something that I hated the fact that we literally only did it for this one reason. And because of it, we're managing tests in 2 different places now and shit. So a week or two ago, I just said, you know what, screw it. I'm going to try optimizing these things and get everything running back into a single test or into a single PR. So basically you open up a PR, there's 50 tests that run now, right? Does that make sense? Here's the funny part of it, though. When I did this, I was not aware that there was other people working on things to help making nightly tests either, basically, or better, basically my coworker. And so what I did was I just eliminated every nightly test and merged it back in. So everything runs at once now. You open up a PR, you have 50 50 tests running. Well, I got on that call just now because my coworker was like, hey, are nightly tests even a thing anymore? You know what I mean? And I was like, oh, no, they're not. And he's like, oh, okay, well, then we have nothing else to talk about because I was doing work for it and now I don't have to. And he was like, I like these kind of meetings. And I was like, yeah, no, I basically eliminated the problem entirely. And so it was funny because like we were gonna make it so like basically he was working on a feature that was gonna make it so if those nightly tests failed, we could route alerts to specific channels that own those tests, right? This is a monolith, so like multiple teams work on this specific piece of software. And so yeah, he was working on like this whole like Slack routing thing. And I just had to be like, yeah, we don't need that anymore. Sorry. And he was happy. He was like, cool. But yeah, it was definitely like I really did like eliminate a whole bunch of work for him basically. Hey, watch out for the box. The box? What box? What's up, Cena? How's it going? Hello. All right, Denzel, have a good one, buddy. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Chat appreciates it as well. All right, well, let me do this really quickly because I basically just got on a call. Let me take a super fast break as well. Let me like go to the bathroom and stuff, and then when I get back, we'll hop back into what we were doing. I would like to, by the end of the stream, which we've got probably like another like 45 minutes at least to an hour, I would like to get the EFS CSI plugin working, right? Or this driver working. This is really what I want to focus on next, because once we have this done, the pods now have the ability to connect to Amazon resources fully, and we can actually start working on rewriting the services, right? That's a big reason as to why I waited to doing the rewrite, is because I needed to make sure that when we tested these things, they would actually work, right? And I want to share this with you guys. Which is a very, very strong pro tip. Kev, this is just called bottom. It's for my computer. So here's a really big pro tip for you guys, okay? And if you follow this, I really do believe development is going to be easier for you, okay? How many of you in chat have started working on a project and then found yourself 2 steps later realizing you have to take 2 steps back to do something before you can do it? Give me a 1 in chat if you've ever started a project and then you start working on something and you go like, oh crap, I need this. So then you got to take a step back, you got to do that thing, then you get to do the next thing. And like, it's constantly like that, right? Like a little bit forward, oh crap, I forgot this. 2 steps back. Oh, okay, a little bit more, 2 steps back, right? Do you know why that happens, chat? I can literally tell you why that happens. It's because you're not thinking about the implementation fully enough yet. And before you go, shut up, BG, just hear me out. Part of my job in DevOps is to really think about the solution entirely, right? What resources does the service need? How does it access the cluster the way it needs to? How does it retrieve? Like, my job is very much focused on looking at everything holistically and then being able to be like, okay, you're ready to build this now, right? And I say this a lot, which is this can simply be solved with a technical document. A very small one too. Like, look, like literally just all you need is something like this. Hold on. Like just something like this, right? Cloud recording pipeline, processing steps, potential improvements, required changes, right? Like this makes it so that now once I get to where I need to be, I know what I need. Like, look, new Alta 4 recording created, new Alta 4 converted. I wrote this down before I made a single resource in Amazon. Seriously, I wrote this down and it doesn't matter. USMC chick, I'm going to be real with you. I don't know what I'm doing half of the time. Like, I know that saying that to you you're probably just like, okay, whatever, dude. No, I'm serious. I might know the technology, but like, it's not like I can just pull an implementation out of my ass. Like, I have to think about this stuff too. You know what I mean? And like, listen, I'm being real. I'm being real. If you want to add literally more money to your salary, you will start writing technical documents, right? Oh, that is not what I copied. That is the security group. There you go. You will create, and again, it doesn't have to be a big one, but the main thing you want to do is think about what are you trying to solve? What if there is a current process? Are there any requirements? How do we solve this problem? Things like that, right? And that's exactly what I do here, right? I take it and I break it down. I say like, well, how does everything work? All right, a raw MKV is uploaded to the bucket. Okay, cool. I haven't written a single line of code yet, chat, and I already know we're going to take an MKV, we're going to put it in a bucket, so we need a bucket. I know I need a bucket. Like, think about that. This one sentence tells me resources I already need, right? Next thing, a cron in EKS. Here, I'll highlight the Amazon resources we need, right? We need a cron in EKS, right? We need a bucket. For each new file, it is scheduled, processed by workers. We need workers, right? When the file is converted, it's put in the archive, or we convert files in, not archive. So like this is wrong, right? Because this should be archive technically, right? When completed, we warm store it. We're not going to do this anymore. This is actually wrong, right? So this would be when completed, we warm store it in EFS folder MP4, right? When completed, we delete the MP4 from EFS. When we deleted, we delete the, I don't think actually this is needed anymore. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. So when it's converted, we convert the MKV to the MP4, and then when completed, we warm store it in EFS under the MP4 folder. And then when a file is archived, we cold store the MKV back in the archive under the MKV folder. And when completed, we delete the MKV in the EFS warm storage, right? And that's it. This is the process, right? So looking at this, like just looking at this, what do we think we need, chat? Well, again, we need a bucket, right? And again, this bucket should actually be archive, right? We need a cron job, right? A cron job in EKS, and we need EKS as well. 3 things already, right? Bucket, cron job, EKS, right? For each new file, it is scheduled to be processed by workers behind queues. Okay, we also need workers. Okay, when a file is converted, we convert MKV to MP4 files in recording pipeline archive. Do we need another bucket? No, but we know we're reusing a bucket we've already made. Perfect. No more need for anything else there, right? When completed, we warm store in EFS. Now, we've never talked about EFS before, so we probably need an EFS volume as well. So now we're talking about recording pipeline archive, we're talking about a cron job, we're talking about EKS cluster, and now we're talking about workers and an EFS mount. Five resources already. Haven't written a single line of code, right? When the file is archived, we do cold storage to the archive. Same thing, right? No more reuse of anything else. Okay, now that I know how it breaks, how it works, how can I improve it? So lean on S3 for events instead of, using SQS potentially. Like, this is what I mean. This is what I mean by, like, you don't have to write a single line of code, and you can prepare yourself for a lot of what you're doing by just sitting down and thinking it out. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I challenge each and every one of you to do that for a week and come back and tell me if you think that you're a better engineer or not. And I almost guarantee you every single one of you are going to say, yes, I am a better engineer now because of this. I'm not kidding. I would literally put money on that because I didn't realize how important it was for me. And chat, dude, I am not telling you to write a crazy, verbose document. That's not what I'm saying. If it's just a list, like this, like look, list, right? Steps to take. Each service and what needs to be changed with it, right? Like, it's just lists. It's just a bunch of lists. But I can now take this and go and actually build what I need to. It's the equivalent of having a blueprint for a house, chat. How in the are you going to build a house if you have no idea what it looks like, no idea what's going to be inside of it, and no idea how it's going to, effectively run? That's what a document can do for you in the technical world. It just sitting down and just being like, it's going to be a node. I need this. I need that. You know what I mean? Massively helpful. And again, this in my defense, USMC chick, this is supposed to help you with what you don't know. As a matter of fact, this should be a literal helper to when you are lost. This should be your guiding star, basically. Poggers, if ESS had auto retention day setting, it is sweet baby Jesus. They do. I think EFS has I think EFS has yeah, sure. If you want, you could try to use Chat GPT. Good. I like that callback, Debbie. That's a good one. I like that callback. Retention days for setting container registry. There is. Isn't there lifecycle management for both EFS and the registry? Dude, I'm like 99% sure. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident that both EFS and... Oh, in GCP. Oh, yeah, I don't know anything about GCP. For sure, I don't always know the steps is where I feel lost. And you can write those steps. You can write those steps yourself. All right, let me take a quick bathroom break. Let me actually go pee this time. And then when I get back, we will continue working. And again, when I get back, we're going to deploy the Amazon EFS CSI driver. Right now, again, I have at least taken enough time to breaking down why we need an EFS volume, right? So now what we need to do is we need to take that next step. Like, again, I'm not deploying services to Kubernetes yet. I'm not doing any of that stuff. And if you were to say, why, BG? It's because of literally what I just told you. I know that if I go to deploy one of these services and I don't have this EFS CSI driver, I'm not going to be able to connect the EFS mounts inside of my Kubernetes cluster. Like, it's just not going to, I mean, I could, but it would be a lot harder. You know what I mean? This is like a built solution that integrates with Amazon stuff. You know what I mean? So that's kind of why this is important for us to do before we even get to, you know, deploying anything, because this is going to be a requirement of that. You know what I mean? By the way, SQS and SNS is so horrible compared to GCP pub sub, but it works. Yeah, I actually do know that. I am aware of that. I mean, I guess what I mean to, I guess the best thing I can say about pub sub and, you know, SNS is like, if you're using it pretty simply, it shouldn't matter too much, but you know what I mean? It still is a thing. So I totally get you. I'm not going to lie. I am interested in deploying a Kubernetes cluster to Google. We might give it a shot, like not now, but we might give it a shot later. I'm not terribly against it, honestly. Yeah, I'm not against it at all. We had issues with SNS FIFO not connecting to Lambdas. Oh, really? Ooh, that sucks. All right, let me take my quick break. While I take my break, I'm going to run an ad as well. If you guys don't know why we run ads during breaks, it's basically to make sure that you guys don't miss out on anything, and we get something called pre-roll. Pre-roll essentially makes it so that when people come into our channel or leave our channel and then come back during this specific time period, you don't get ads. Nobody gets ads. So this is another reason why we have to run ads, is because if you get an ad from Twitch, you're just going to get another one. Whereas when we run ads, we actually have control over when you see them. So I'm going to run a quick ad break while I go to the bathroom. If you are new to our channel, again, be sure to check out that little blurb right there about us and who we are. Remember, co-hosted stream. Also, be sure to check out our Discord. Discord is a fantastic place full of nerds and other people like us. So if you ever have questions or anything like that around DevOps, programming, Nix, whatever, you're more than welcome to join. And a big one, too, is our 2 YouTube channels. We have our main channel here, which is more of our curated content. Again, this is going to have new things soon. Don't worry. But in the meantime, we have been posting our daily VODs. And on top of that, we've also been working on a way so that you guys can easily navigate the VODs. And so I do highly recommend taking a look at the archives. There's new videos coming out daily. Today, NixOS Derivations Explained has come out, so that's exciting, as well as like a bunch of other stuff too. And I think I'm going to rename some of these. So yeah, the Nix series is starting to come out as well, so you guys should definitely check out the Nix series stuff that's on the archives too. Thank you guys for the follows, by the way, Mr. Wormhole and Henrig. I appreciate that. So like I said, I am going to run to the bathroom really quickly. We also got social media if you want to check us out on the tweeters. All right, give me a break. I will be right back, and I'm going to run an ad while I do so. Be right back, 1 second. All right, I am back. Hello, chat. Okay. All right. So we got to get this EFS CSI driver installed. So again, if you guys do not know what the EFS CSI driver is, the TLDR, we want to be able to mount shared file systems to our Linux or to our Kubernetes services or Kubernetes deployments. And the only way, well, not the only way, but the best way of doing it is by using the Amazon EFS CSI driver. I'm wondering if it might be worthwhile of like updating the other drive. I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, so let's talk about this a little bit more in detail. What's up, Erdis? I can't say your name. I'm sorry, but how's it going? Hello. Okay. The Amazon EFS Container Storage Interface Driver, or CSI, provides a CSI interface that allows Kubernetes clusters running on AWS to manage the lifecycle of EFS file systems. This topic allows you to deploy the EFS CSI driver to your EKS cluster and verify that it works. Alpha features aren't supported. Okay. For detailed description of valid parameters, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Considerations. The EFS CSI driver isn't compatible with Windows-based container images. You can't use dynamic persistent volume provisioning with Fargate nodes, but you can use static ones. Okay, we're not using Fargate. Dynamic provisioning requires 1.2 or later of the driver. You can statically provision persistent volumes using 1.1 of the driver of any supported EKS cluster version. Version 1.32 or later of this driver supports ARM. 1.4 supports FIPS. Take note of the resource quotas. For example, there's a quota of 120 access points that can be created for each Amazon EFS file system. Oh, I did not know that. Okay, that's actually a good call out, because if we had 120 pods, there it is right there. An existing AWS identity. So prerequisites: an existing identity and access management OpenID for your cluster to determine if you've already had one. See, okay, we've got one of those. Version 2.9.3 or later of the AWS CLI installed and Cloud Shale. I don't know why I said it like that. Okay, so let's do this really quickly. Let's do AWS. Let's do Doppler. Yep. And then we'll do AWS S3LS. I should be able to see. Yeah, cool. Okay. So AWS CLI is good. Kube control is a command line. The version is the same one. Monitor. Okay, so to do that, I'm actually going to need to log, or I'm going to need to make sure my VPN is up as well. So K9s is, yeah, this is going to take me to our old cluster. So what I need to do is EKS update. There we go. And then what we want to do is TwinGate. Okay, hold on. Not that one, sorry. Okay, so now I'm on my VPN. So I should be able to do K9s like this. And connect to my Kubernetes cluster. There it is. And this is EKS like itself. This is the cloud EKS. So you can see here that like right now we've got event sub events and Twitch commands running, right? Postgres bot Twitch score. Yep, all of this looks good. Okay, so let's move forward now that we've got both of them accessible. Go away. All right, so create an IAM policy and role. Create an IAM policy and assign it to the IAM role. The policy will allow the EFS driver to connect or to interact with your file system. To deploy the Amazon EFS CSI driver to an Amazon EKS cluster, create an IAM policy that allows CSI driver service to make calls to the AWS APIs on your behalf. Download the IAM policy from GitHub. Sure. All right, we'll do this manually for now. I didn't know if I wanted to do this manually, but we'll do it manually for now. That's fine. I'm just going to use my desktop as a workspace for now. Actually, let's do this. Let's go to development script, new directory, AWS EFS or EKS EFS driver. Yeah, there we go. Now we can do that here. Boop. Okay, and so here is our policy. So the policy allows Elastic File System to describe access points, describe file system, describe mouse targets, availability zone. Do I know anything about traffic or Docker registry? Yes, I know quite a bit about both of them. Well, I don't know much about new traffic stuff. I've used traffic in the past with older stuff or older versions of traffic, but I've not used the new one. Yeah, I got a problem where I try and push. Join our Discord. Join our Discord and ask your question in there if you don't mind. I am not even kidding. There's probably more people in there who can help you quicker than I can. And the reason why I suggest it too is mostly because of that. I'd recommend joining the Discord and yeah, asking. That's literally what our Discord's for. And I don't want to like get too distracted at the moment. It's saying it's uploading, but on the register logs, I'm getting 0 bytes written. The first thing that kind of comes to my mind, honestly, is that it's actually, you know, as you probably suggest or think too, it's not. You know, check network, check logs, you know, all sorts of stuff like that. Hold on, I forgot my drink. But yeah, no, I would just like ask in our Discord because we've got a lot of great people in there who can help for sure. And if you really need, like, if you ask your question, I'll ping some of our like mods who I know could help you with this too. Okay, so this looks good. All right. So to create the policy, you can change to a different name, but if you do, make sure to change the name in the later steps. All right, so we're gonna copy this. Like, I'm just gonna do this step by step manually, even though you're probably like, BG, wait, what do you mean manually? You do everything with automation. You're right, I do. But I am very aware that we're probably going to destroy this Kubernetes cluster, as we just spoke of. And so, yeah, I'm just going to do this manually for right now. Also, you're welcome to either ask your question. So really quickly, you're welcome to ask your question here, Joseph, one of these, or I'm sorry, TT Bishop, sorry, in either here, or you can ask it in the channel itself. But in here, it kind of makes it so it's a little bit more focused. So we can just focus on that. Whereas the channel, you know, people talk, it might just disappear. I think you want setup. Yeah. The keyboard is called a Moonlander. There you go. Yeah. I want to help. Definitely want to help. Excuse me. All right. So we're going to create this policy. That's not going to work. It's not going to work. Yeah. Whoops. Doppler project. Who am I? Run. Bam. Okay. So now if I go to Amazon, I should have a new policy. So I am policies. Yep. Here it is. So I've got the one policy here. I've got another policy here for EKS. And then I've got another one for our CSI driver policy. Now, what more realistically, actually, I need to add this policy to this statement. So I might not actually be able to keep this. I might actually have to delete this. Create an IAM role and attach the policy to it. Annotate the Kubernetes service account with IAM role and IAM Kubernetes service account name. You can create the role. EKS create IAM service account my cluster. Attach policy. Approve region code. Determine your cluster's OIDC pro URL. Replace my cluster with your own. Example output as follows. Create the IAM role, granting Kubernetes service account assume with role about option. Copy the following contents named trust.json. Replace with your account. Replace this. If your cluster is in, interesting. Create the role. You can change to a different name, but if you do, Okay, so this is the policy. And so attach the IAM policy to the role. Okay. Create a Kubernetes service account that's annotated with an ARN and IAM of the role that you created. Save the following contents. Create Kubernetes service account on your cluster. Kube control apply. Okay, so this is the reason why I don't want to do it this way with EKS control, because it does all this stuff underneath the hood. But realistically, if we want to automate this, we're going to want to do it this way, the manual way, where we see like, okay, first we get the OIDC issuer, right? Then we add this, copy this trust policy, replace. So here's a question, which is, if I go to roles, yeah, I think this is, nope, that's the cluster policy. I think it's this one. Yeah. So you see how we've got like EKS CNI, EBS CSI, EC2 container registry, EKS worker node policy, right? I think we actually want to add all of this stuff to this one. Yeah, like I think we want this to get added to this role here with all of these other ones. And then because that role is already attached to the cluster, it should just work. And then we create the service account here. Role ARN, role. Oh, interesting. No, it does want to use its entirely own role. I mean, or I can just tell it to use the other role. Yo, I'm a teenager learning Python, and I want to be like, I want to become like an environmental artist for games and movies, and I need coding for the back of it. Any tips? How can I stand all that light? Dude, there's nothing I can do about it. Like I can't. It's not letting me turn Dark Reader on for some reason. Some docs don't let you do it. Like for some reason, like some docs, it just doesn't. I don't know. Here, let me try reopening. Maybe this will do it. There's some docs where it just doesn't work. I'm gonna be real. I don't understand why this happens. I really don't. I don't understand why like I can't enable it all of a sudden. But like I really can't. It will not let me. See? I'm clicking it hundreds of times. Yo, I'm a teenager learning Python and I want to learn I've already reloaded I just closed Firefox and reopened it. For games and movies, I'll try it again though here. See, it's not working. So Esco is Poggers, I think is your name. You're going into a really niche area. In all seriousness, being an environment like if you're talking about a visual effects or like an effects environmental artist, essentially, I think that's really going to depend on what you're using for the programming language you're going to end up working with. Yeah, I don't know if Python is actually going to be the answer there. It's probably more so going to be you looking at the software and seeing what works with that software. So like Python will give you a good introduction to just programming in general, you know what I mean, and understanding it and stuff like that. But when we talk about like the language you're gonna have to use, I'm not too sure on that without you doing proper research on what those, because if you're gonna be building anything visually, you're gonna have to use some type of software to do that. Maybe we just do it the way they're suggesting for now and just create a whole new, you know what I'm saying? Just create a whole new policy and call it a day. I use Blender. Okay, there you go. Well, what is Blender use for its scripting? I don't know. Does it use Python? All right, let's do this. Okay, so let's I actually know these values. All right, let's just do this. Paste this in. Cluster Alt F4 LLC. Okay, hang on one second. I don't want to accidentally show something I'm not supposed to. Never mind, it's just the URL. All right, so there, we've got that. I'm going to paste this over here just so I have it. And then we're going to grab this. And this is going to be the trust policy.json. Touch trust policy.json. So we've got our IAM policy, right? And then we've got our, I think this is really our role trust policy is what this is. So we'll paste this into here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to change this to US West 2. And then this is my OIC ID. There we go. Like that. Okay. So now that we've got, excuse me. Oh, crap. I got to fix this too. So this is the account thingy. Oh, here, let's just do this. OIDC provider, region code. I gotta do it here too. US West 2. I did. Yeah, you're right. Oh, God, you're right. I missed it down there too. Good call. Good call. Appreciate you. That's why I have you guys. Seriously. You're the best. Thank you. OIDC provider, OIDC example. Okay. Get rid of all of that. And then I need this up here. Oh, shoot. Come on, man. There we go. Okay, so I believe that's right. So we have our version, the statement, effect allow, federated, ARN, IAM, the OIDC provider, OIDC, US West 2, Amazon ID 1, blah, 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 whatever it is. STS assume role with web identity, OIDC EKS, da-da-da, blah, 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 service account, system service account, kube system, EFS. Okay, cool. So this is where the service account within the cluster is actually able to, yeah, okay. So you see this right here. This is all Kubernetes stuff. So this is saying that the service account in the kube system namespace by the name of EFS CSI controller SA is it line 5? What did I miss on line 5? That's the principal line. Oh, I have them both now. Yeah, I got them both now. We're good. Yo, thank you for the follow, TT Bishop. I appreciate that, man. Is Rust used in the DevOps space? No, not really. To be honest with you, Rust isn't really used much right now. It's very, very popular, but it's mostly just popular on tech Twitter. Yeah, sorry to burst that bubble, but it really kind of is. Right now, listen, I'm gonna be transparent as with you guys. The only reason in a lot of ways why Rust is really blowing up right now is because people want to watch it. If people didn't want to watch Rust, then Rust really wouldn't be that interesting. But in all seriousness, it is a lot of the reasons why a lot of streamers are jumping on the Rust train. It's just easy viewers. It is. I try and focus on a bit more of like practicalness. I don't really like building projects that are just like meh, whatever. Like I like building projects that I'm gonna use. It's controversial, it's fine, but I've been in this space for like 2 years now, so unless you can prove to me otherwise, It's very popular on social media and very popular on Twitch right now, which is fine. I could stream Rust. It's not like I couldn't. You know what I mean? It is practical. It is practical, but it's still being applied. So before all of you Rust lovers like get your butt cheeks all up in a tight squinch there, just hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying Rust isn't practical in the sense that like you couldn't find a solution for it. What I'm saying is right now the solutions aren't just like obvious. You know what I mean? I can grab Go and pretty much do most of the things that I want to. Honestly, I'm going to be real with you, Mao, and I think Tech at Scale, you can say this, you can agree with me on this. The fact that Mao came in here and was like, what is Rust for and should it be used in DevOps simply just means that people don't know how Rust is usable, right? Because the reality of it is you could build CLI tools in Rust, but do you want to? You know what I mean? Like that's a question. I'm not saying you should or shouldn't, but I'm simply just saying like, in all seriousness, like it's a great language. It's a very cool language. I'm not saying I don't like Rust, guys. Like calm down. What I'm simply saying is that it's still very new. And if you look at where the focuses are, right? Most of the focus right now is in learning. It's not in creation of tools, right? Go did this too, where for like 3 to 5 years, everybody was learning Go, right? And then once we started to really learn Go, that's when, like, I'm going to be real with you. I think in like 2 years, Rust will probably be everywhere. I just don't think we're there yet. Like, I mean, again, like, this is niche. This is niche. Like, I'm going to be fair. This is niche. You know that, Tech at Scale. This is a niche problem. This isn't an everyday problem. And that's my point. Like, this is a niche problem that was solved with a niche language. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, I mean, again, you might feel wrong. You might feel different on that one, but just by, you know, looking at some of the stuff I'm seeing here, like, I would imagine this was a niche problem that needed to be solved. I'm not saying don't go learn Rust, chat. Very clearly, I'm not saying don't go learn Rust. Do it. Try it. Tell me. Come back and tell me what you built with it. All I'm telling you is at least in a DevOps world, the only thing we would really use Rust for right now is probably CLI tools. And, you know what I mean? Just high performance and who the fuck wants to live in... Yeah, again, though, that's in, like, okay, performance, still kind of a niche problem. Performance isn't really valid until you need it, right? And then comparing it to C and C++ is not completely, like... I mean, I guess I don't want to take away the use of C and C++ because I know, like I guess what we're saying is like, if Rust is used as just a replacement to those, then okay, cool. Like, that's cool. Anything that's written in those languages, Rust can, you know, easily benefit from. Okay, cool. That's great. That still doesn't, like, that doesn't generalize it. That's just solving a problem that's already there, at least in my mind. Again, dude, like, I'm not saying you shouldn't go learn Rust. I think it's a fascinating language. I think it solves a lot of very cool problems, and I think it's a very neat thing to go jump into. What I'm simply saying, chat, is it's not as standardized in the industry yet. That's it. That's all I'm saying, is it hasn't had its feet, you know, on the ground long enough to be able to do stuff. And do you know why? All right, listen, I'm gonna be real. Do you know why everybody is so butthurt about Rust and like so passionate about it? Because right now anybody can have any opinion on Rust and it doesn't matter in a lot of ways. Like, seriously, because it's still so undefined. Like, somebody could argue performance, another person could argue memory management. I mean, I could do that with a lot of languages. Performance, Go. Performance, C, or I mean C++. Like put it all together and then tell me why I should use it. That's it. Like, you know what I mean? Wow, a goddamn down-to-earth opinion. Because I'm not farming viewers! Sorry. That one was a little personal. Sorry. Just gonna go back to working on my stupid DevOps stuff. Don't ask me about Rust, chat, all right? Don't ask me about Rust. I don't know anything about it. Don't ask me about Rust. All right, just don't ask me. Go watch somebody else if you want to watch Rust, like, or at least until I start messing with it. Like, I'm just like, I'm so tired of people going, ooh Rust, ooh Rust, ooh Rust, ooh Rust, ooh Rust, ooh Rust, and it's like, why? Give me a good reason why. That's all I want. And nobody does that. I'm gonna be so true with you. The only person who's given me a very good example of what you should use Rust in a proper world is literally the person that just got dropped as a thing in chat. I've talked to Prime directly about Rust, especially with regards to what I do. And we have both agreed that at least what I do, it would just be CLI tools. It's not there yet. That's it. Like, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying you shouldn't try it. I'm not saying doesn't have a whole bunch of hype behind it and it's not interesting or fascinating or could help you grow as an engineer. I'm just saying you might go to a company and never use it. That's all I'm really saying. Like, I don't like spending a gratuitous amount of my time on something that I'm just not going to be using practically a lot. And rant. You heard it, BG hates Rust. I don't. I've used it. It's a very interesting language with a lot of really, really cool fundamentals that change how you view programming. And because of those wonderful fundamentals, it does help you become a better engineer. I just agreed with you on that. I'm not disagreeing on that. But like, I could become a better engineer by just writing more code. Again, it's a flip of the coin. If you want to try it, try it. It's not go for it. I think it's really cool. Again, when I first jumped into Rust, two things that were really confusing to me that I loved learning about: scopes, like the closure scoping and stuff like that. I thought it was very fascinating how they do closures and all of that. And then like futures, I think is what they call it. Those two things are like, those were fascinating to me. Those were really interesting. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not a hype guy. I'm not. It's one of the reasons why we're not at like 10,000 viewers already. Like, I do me. And I want to believe that everybody here is enjoying it because of the same thing, you know? And the practicality of what we do here, right? That's just the kind of content I enjoy making. So until Rust really becomes, like, the only thing I know right now that I would really want to mess with Rust is probably Rocket. And I've already worked with this. Oh, not that one. This one. Yeah. Like, I've been very interested. Like, this is a good example of like how Rust could be made more practical. Stuff like Rocket or what's the other one? There's like a WebSocket library out there and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, these things, like these kind of things are what's going to make Rust a lot more developer friendly and, like, you know, help people jump on the Rust bandwagon. Like, having solutions to problems, right? Rocket is a solution to a problem. Rust is just a language that you can have tons of solutions in. But until we get more solutions to problems with Rust, it's just going to be hard to apply it. It's just the simplistic of it. That's it. You know what I mean? Let me catch up with chat. And again, I do like Rust. For the record, I do like Rust. I think it's a fascinating language. I am learning it slowly in my off time, but yeah. End of rant. Yo, Zummy. Zummy, what's up, brother? How's it going? Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, man. I appreciate it. And listen, this is no disrespect to any of our streamer friends. Like, honestly, I know a lot of people who are super interested in Rust, enjoying it and having a great time with it. I just like, I can't also be another Rust streamer as well. I'm going to be fair on that one too. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not. I just, I like creating the content that we create. And I'm sorry if I upset anybody with Rust, my Rust statements. I'm sorry. Okay. I appreciate you being here regardless. I feel bad now. But yeah, please say nice things about Go. I mean, listen, I'm going to be fair. Go's kind of in the same boat too. Like if I'm going to be an honest, straight up, true engineer, Go's kind of in the same boat too. Go is more mature is the best thing I can say. As a comparison to Rust, Go's just more mature. It's been around longer. We have solutions that we have solved with Go, right? Kubernetes, Docker, all of the Terraform shit, or all of the HashiCorp shit. Like, we have seen the power of Go. So that's the big difference I can say there is like, I would be really interested. Can anyone share with me something that is on the same level as Terraform that is written in Rust? Can somebody show me a project at that scale that is written in Rust? And I'm not like trying to be rude about it. I'm genuinely curious because I can't think of one. Can't private repo? Well, that doesn't help. that doesn't help me at all. Can't proprietary. We can't tell you why we used it, but it's important. Fair enough. But like, yeah, like I'm gonna be real. I think until that happens, right? Rust is it's still going to be this controversy. And again, Rust has a lot of Rust has a lot of conversation around it because it's so controversial. So that's another reason why it's very popular right now. Is everybody's got it. It's like an asshole. Everybody's got one, and everybody's got an opinion about Rust right now, right? Yeah. Again, I think Rust is a very cool language. I am slowly learning it. I'm not going to learn it overnight and just throw all of everything I'm doing into it. I can't. You know what I mean? Let me catch up with chat though. I missed a lot of chat. How hard is it to manage being front end to DevOps? You mean like going from front end to DevOps? I mean, you've got to have the passion for it. Hanulak, I think is the best way I can put it. I loved front end work for a very long time, and I basically got out of it because I got tired of being treated like a code monkey. And I hate to put it that way, but like, I was in a circumstance where basically I was being constantly asked, like, add this button, do this thing, do this, do that, you know what I mean? And I got tired of it. I got tired of being told, hey, it is more important for you to spend the next 20 minutes 2 days trying to get a stupid button in a front end so we can make more money, rather than like me being able to innovate and like create software that I'm interested in and like really, build cool user experiences and stuff like that. That's why I left. But, I also got out of it because, I was also finding myself more interested in back end and how systems are made. So like, I think there needs to be a reason for you to not want to do it, whether it be you want to learn how to build back end systems, you want to learn how to do DevOps or stuff like that, but you can't just like go from front end to infrastructure. You gotta, you know what I mean? Like you gotta take that jump with a little bit of a stride. But yeah, you can definitely do it. It's a big jump, don't get me wrong, but I'm going to be fair. Any jump into DevOps is tough. Like I'm doing a course, by the way. If you guys don't know, I'm doing my first ever course, front-end master's course on DevOps. And this first course is going to be entirely about the wrong perspectives of DevOps and how to gain a proper perspective on DevOps, and basically correcting a lot of the assumptions around it. Because in all seriousness, if you want to go into DevOps chat, you need to know everything about development in general. Like, you don't need to be an expert in it, in every single part of development, but you need to know every single part of development. You need to know what CI/CD is. You need to know what infrastructure is. You need to know all the different languages your systems use. You need to know, all the different designs and how they work together. Like, that's DevOps. So it's, it's getting yourself to there. It took me, 8 years of being other professions before I then found myself going like, oh, okay, cool. I actually, I know all this. I could go into DevOps. You know what I mean? So you really have to know. Again, you don't have to be a super, super expert in all of the things, but it's a really good idea for you to have a good general understanding of pretty much most of how software development works. Yeah. As I understood it, Rust can be a memory safe drop for C. Oh, and by the way, chat, I just want to say this as well. I was like half kidding on the farming for viewers thing with Rust. There are definitely people who are streaming Rust and enjoying it, and I want to be clear. I'm not attacking any of our friends. All of our friends are doing really, really cool things with Rust. I'm just saying the bandwagon is huge. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about any content creator that we know, though. So that needs to be clearly said. Why not learn Go? I think you should learn Go. I think you should try it. But that wasn't the question. What was the question? Sorry. My bad. You're not giving a valid argument. Why would people... You're not giving a valid argument on why people want to learn Rust, say, compared to C++ or C. It's not because streamers are using it. Streamers use it because people want to rush Rust. But why... streamers using it because people want to rush Rust. Yeah, sure. But why people want Rust? I mean, right now, Dev, to be completely honest with you, people want Rust. Mostly the biggest argument I have seen to replace C and C++. Yeah, that is one of the best use reasons for Rust that I have seen. Again, these are just things I have heard that, if you and I can understand that. I've worked with C and C++. I fully understand the pains that they have. And I think Tech at Scale even brought it up as well. Like if you want to remove those or if you want to replace those, Rust is a great thing for that. And I agree. I actually wholeheartedly agree with that. If there is anything that's in like C or C++ and you don't want to have to deal with that language, sure, Rust is a great solution for that. Totally. But that isn't general problems. That's if you're already there, then we can solve for this problem. And that's different than just saying like, you know what I mean? I'm starting from scratch and I want to use Rust because it's the best solution for this problem, And again, I'm not saying I hate Rust. I'm simply saying that I do not know enough yet to use it. Got it? Cool. Cool. Rust is an infant at this point. Yeah, it still is very, very new. Gasp, he said you shouldn't go learn Rust. I didn't say that. I said you should. I just said don't expect it to be on your resume and be impactful. People look at it on your resume and go like, oh, cool, they know Rust, but I don't know how many companies are actually using it. Wow, a goddamn down-to-earth opinion. I try, chat. I try. Bat, dog, dust, exa, FTA, grit. What is this? Oh, these are command line tools. I mean... Yeah, I see Mindful Monk. I see your point, but to be honest with you, not many people use bat, dog, dust, exa. Maybe honestly, Mindful. I'm gonna be real with you here. I think the only two ones that you've really applied that would be more so is like FD and ripgrep. Yeah, because those are used like everywhere. You know what I mean? Bat, dog. I don't know many people who know even what those are. And I've been here for a while, so I use them. I use bat and I use dog, but you know what I mean? Not many, I don't think many people actually have replaced cat and dig yet. The situation got rusty. So you're practically rusty in it. Yeah, exactly. When did Go become the Go for DevOps? When a lot of DevOps companies started building software in Go for it. HashiCorp, right? Big one. Google obviously started building a lot of stuff in Go. Yeah, honestly, Go became a big thing for DevOps when a lot of tools were being built in Go for DevOps. And that's kind of how it got defined, Bash is the answer for most questions. Yeah, that sounds good. Tar will replace that mess with Electron. So like this is a good example. Yeah, like this is a good example, right? Like something like this, I'll take this one. Mindful Monk, I'll take this one. This is a good example, right? This is like a feature complete thing that is trying to solve a specific problem with Rust. This is a good example. Hands down, this is a good example. And again, compare this to Rocket. We were just looking at Rocket for Rust, right? Look at these websites. When we talk about maturity, and I know you're just going to be like, BG, it just could be a simply cool website. I mean, kind of, but like, seriously, look at like how matured these are. Right? We've got documentations, we've got guides, we've got, API breakdowns. Like there's a lot of help that's going to help developers get into using Rust through a problem. And that's why I'm saying these kind of solutions are really crucial for any language because developers don't want to have to write things that they don't want to have to write. And if you can find quicker ways to solving problems, again, with things like Rocket or Tori, then I think it makes it more valuable to use. But it's just my own perspective, dude. You could totally tell me to go myself for all I care. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. My opinions are just my opinions, man. Don't take them to heart. Your opinions you should take to heart, not mine. This Rust stuff has been a problem recently for me in my head for a Go project I'm halfway through. The hype is infectious, and I don't know if it's a good thing. It's just hype. So, you know, choose to take the hype if you want to. You know what I mean? Nah, just came away. What he means is no one uses it on his job. That's it. Wait, what? Who are we talking about? However, I still don't get what's the big fuzz on Rust compared to other languages. Oh, I don't either. I agree with that one fully. Yeah, I agree with that one fully. I'm sorry. I'm catching up with chat, by the way. As tools are built on it, does it make sense for us to use tasks to run on those tools? Wait, so as the tools are built... Oh, I mean, maybe. I don't know. It depends. Like, again, you can write one part of thing in Rust, and then you can write another thing in this, and you know what I mean? Like, have those two interop together. Like, it, you know, I want to say... You know, I agree with Devonso here where he says, like, however, I don't get what's the big fuzz on Rust compared to other langs. Like, I don't really think, like, we need to be comparing them to other languages per se. I think it's just like, you know, we need to find a solution for it, I guess is what I mean to say more. I think the person was asking about Rust, the game, if DevOps people play it. Oh, God. Yes, they do. I've played a lot of Rust, the game. And again, Zummy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, man. I appreciate it. Do you worry that maybe Google will kill Golang? No, Google can't kill Golang. It's an open source project now. Rust best language confirmed. Hold on, let me catch up with chat. I feel bad for doing work with with all this Rust going around on Twitch. Why? Why do you feel bad about that? Okay, is this just like FOMO bullshit? Like, seriously, are you guys just all, like, real talk, chat, are you guys just all dealing with FOMO? Seriously, like, I see so many people interested in using it, but, like, just because they see people using it, that's it. Like, okay, whatever. I feel like you guys can break that one down on your own. It's okay, BG. I didn't really care for the Rust game either. Please hype up Go more. Go's awesome. Not really, but was wondering some more. Not really, but was wondering some more insights on real world problems. Oh, gotcha. Honestly, Devon, so I can't really tell what side you're on, which is fine because you really don't need to be on a side. But I feel like I don't really know what exactly you're saying. Maybe I could be incredibly out of context though. I think Cloudflare replaced Nginx with its own Rust project. It did. Yep. I know about that project. It did. Yep. They haven't released it yet, but yes, they created their own proxy essentially. Yeah. And I think that stuff on how fast to onboard developers on some tech plus market when you don't have senior devs is a lot of knowledge. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I agree with that statement fully. What Hapsy's saying. I think like stuff like how fast to onboard developers, right, on some tech stack, plus the time to market when you don't have these senior devs who have a lot of experience. And that's another thing too. I know a lot of like more advanced developers who are jumping into it because they're advanced. They're bored. Like, why would I jump into Rust? Because I'm fucking bored with every other language because I don't feel like writing another thing in TypeScript. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, that's a big reason as well. Honestly, that's just as good as a reason. If you're bored with every other language and you want to try something new, sure, that's a good reason to use it. Why not? I just can't tell you how practically it's going to be for, you know, the things you want to build. Because I don't know. Like, seriously. Linker D proxy is a good Rust project that's very production tested. Okay, cool. Felix on Discord convinced me to use Go for a project now that various communities slowly making me wonder if I should use Rust. Why? Yeah, I feel like this is FOMO, guys. I'm going to be real with you. I feel like this is FOMO. I've seen some insanely powerful and very cool projects written in Go. And like, honestly, It almost kind of like if the conversation is about to be, we don't want to use anything else but Rust because it's so hyped and everybody's using it, I'm not going to use it. I'll be fair. Like, I'm just not going to do it because if I do that, then like I can be competitive. If there's 9 billion people who know Rust, like that's not a competitive, like that's oversaturation. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's also, but that's just my personal opinion on it. Like, I don't know. I do a lot of my decision making around my job. I really do. Whew, I gotta catch up with chat here, man. Holy shit. I am behind. Just go full on DevOps like a true Giga Chad. Yeah, exactly. If you're going to be creating and support value service, you need to know how to create that value. Yes, I agree. I agree with that fully. I did write a TDD, but I don't know the in and outs of the languages well enough to be honest with you. Well, writing a technical document shouldn't mean that it depicts like how what language you should use, unless you have a specific reason. Like the technical document should only help you understand if you should or should not use a language. That's it. It really shouldn't tell you like the technicals of it. Depends. You can split DevOps into infra, DevOps, and app dev. You can, but it's just a split of the same thing in my perspective. HTML is the best language. What's up, Pyrite? And Yeezy, what's up? How's it going? What tool am I using for secrets? Doppler. I highly recommend checking out Doppler. Doppler might even be written in Rust for all I know. I have no idea. Like Doppler would be a good reason for Rust. Can anyone... Okay. Here's a test, chat. Here's a test to all you Rustations out there. One word. Why would Doppler, a secret CLI tool, benefit from Rust? If you can give me the right answer, then I believe that you have at least a decent understanding of Rust. If you cannot, then you have FOMO. I'm going to go to the bathroom while you answer. All right, I'm back. Writing straight to disk. Note, I've never actually written in Rust. Nope, not that. It will make more delicious crab boil. You fucking trolls. No, not that either. Safer code. You're kind of being vague with that, but sure, yeah. Using Rust is a systematic solution for anti-buffer overflows against keys. Okay, that's the first time I've ever seen somebody actually talk about it on that level. Yes, that is exactly why. Rust is very good at memory management. It's one of the few things that people don't talk about enough, especially when it first started. That was like a big thing people talked about a lot. Rust is very good at memory management. Like it's so strict that basically it doesn't really allow you to do exactly it allows you to do like memory protection and stuff like that. So if you wanted to make sure that your security engine could not be, susceptible or things like that to memory attacks or whatever, Rust might not be a bad solution for that. If you did not know that, you need to go learn more Rust. I'm serious. Because one of the few things that people talk about when you first learn Rust is how great it is with memory. And that's one of the reasons why I don't care about it that much. Because memory is like databases, caching, stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's still niche, but it's like it's very powerful. And that like for example, if somebody was to come out and say like we built a Redis version in Rust, that's actually super attractive. Think about that. That's very interesting. If somebody was to say we're going to take Redis and we're going to rewrite it in Rust, that is actually something I would love to see, right? Because that's all Rust or Redis is, memory. You know what I mean? You could have a 10 times more powerful, caching layer because of just how efficient Rust is with memory. Let me catch up with chat. But yeah, Doppler is what I'm using for secrets. Yeah. What about Carbon, a replacement for Rust? Nice. I like that one. Can you explain in a few words what is DevOps? Sure. The easiest way I can put it to you is DevOps is focused on solving organizational problems through standards and practices. Now, those standards and practices might be related to programming. They might be related to simple procedures and stuff like that you do at your company. DevOps is not about writing code. End story, plain and simple. DevOps is not about writing code, okay? It is very much about taking solutions and making them basically happen. So, my job is not about sitting down and simply going like, hey, let's do this and starting, just building shit. My job is to sit down and say, what is the problem we have? Okay, cool. Now, how can we solve that problem to the best of our ability throughout the whole company? That's what DevOps really is. Real men code Haskell. I'm going to be real. I'm very interested in Haskell. Yeah. Very interested in Haskell. But I'm also very interested in functional programming. Like, that's the kind of paradigm shifts I like to jump, chat. Like, Rust is very interesting, and I think it is a massive paradigm shift, but there's also other really interesting paradigm shifts that you guys could be interested in. For starters, functional programming languages in general. Most of the stuff out there nowadays is not really functionally driven, but like, if you understand how functional programming works, there's a lot of really great applications for functional programming, even Haskell. Like, I know you guys are just going to be like, oh my God, BG's just turning into a Knicks-loving neckbeard. I mean, possibly, but listen, seriously, there's a lot of really cool things you could do with functional programming, and I almost guarantee most of you have never touched it, functional programming, and that's like kind of a bummer because, if you're in a different part of the world, even a lot of people use functional programming. It's just here in America, we follow hype a lot. There's going to be a huge code bases in C++, 20 years from now. Security of secretly most of the world runs on Rust but don't know it. I mean, if that's true, like real talk, tech at scale, if that's true, I agree. That is a bummer because I would love to know more. If that's the case, then that means it's still being used so niche for small. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen there's like a infographic or somewhere out there of like this huge node module thing, and then there's like this one little library underneath it that like literally keeps everything everything running, and if that one module breaks, like everything else breaks. It sounds to me like that's what Rust is being applied for. If that's the case, you know what I mean? If it really is everywhere, then it's got to just be fucking sprinkled everywhere, you know what I mean? It's not huge chunks, but just little sprinkles everywhere. That's my theory. Again, I'm not saying that's what it is. That's just what I think of when I hear like, oh, it's everywhere. Well, it's like, if it's everywhere, then why don't I see it? You know what I mean? Besides on Twitch. Or I shouldn't say besides on Twitch, but besides on like, everything else. Potentially inexpensive. The tool involves CSV database connection. There's a lot of moving parts. Yeah. What's the name for an input that doesn't care? What's the name for an input that doesn't care what it is? Similar to word agnostic, I think. An input that doesn't care what it thinks. Europe. Tujin. A lot of Europe actually uses Haskell, believe it or not. A lot of Europe uses Haskell. I know a lot of people in Europe that use more functional based languages. Max Techie, I don't know if I can answer that question. To be fair, I'm not really good with words in general. I mean, I'm very confident that there are some people who have left this just thinking I hate Rust, and like, it's not the case at all. I think it's a very fascinating language. It's just like I'm having a conversation about it that many people don't. So that's why we're having this conversation. That's all. To give different perspective. Generic. Oh, generic. Yeah, generic might work. Aramis says generic. That's fair. Yeah. A generic input. Yeah, that makes sense. Developer operation gives devs tooling standards. Yep, pretty much. Does Golang have a standard like C or C++ yet? It depends in exactly what you're talking about. What do you mean by standard? Because some places things are standardized, but not. Rust is going to be the new front-end language. That I'm interested in. Seriously, I'm going to be real. I'm going to be so real. Maybe. I know I just ranted the way I did, but listen, I'm an engineer, and I will always speak truth, okay? That's something you all need to do too. I'm not kidding, chat. Doesn't matter what's hyped. Doesn't matter what's cool. Doesn't matter who's excited about what. It doesn't matter at all. If you want to be a really good engineer, you have to think for yourself, okay? And I'm going to be real. I do think Rust could potentially replace front end. And if you ask me, I'll explain it. Basically, front ends right now suck to build. Node.js is a mess. I'm sorry, JavaScript is a mess. And on top of it, NPM is terrible. The tooling around building front ends is fucking terrible, right? Like I'm gonna be real. If there was something that could take over the front end world radically, it could be Rust. Seriously, it could be. Seriously, because yes, exactly. Framework hell, dependency hell. Just it sucks to build front ends right now. And if they couldn't do that, yeah. And look, Okufa, like I'm on the same page with you. I don't see it happening in the next year or two. You know what I mean? But I agree. I can wholeheartly agree that yeah, again, chat. It's not like I'm not paying attention to the same shit you guys aren't. I see it too. You know what I mean? But I choose to sift through it. And yes, the front end stuff is definitely, yeah, exactly. JavaScript could very well get replaced with WASM. Really. And that, like, and again, that is, I'm going to be clear. That is why I said I'm not talking about any of our streamer friends. I need to be very fucking clear on that, okay? Because I know the people who are trying to find really good solutions for it. You know what I'm saying? Okafa. Yeah. Cool. I do think that's possible. I definitely think that Rust could, beat front end just because, like, if they can take a lot of the cool methodologies and technical approaches to things and then bring that to the front end, oh my God, dude. Front ends could be so nice. Like, real talk. It could be actually really nice to manage a front end. Because right now it sucks. Right now it sucks. Yeah, for sure. What do you mean by standard? Oh, yeah. I'm curious on that too. I think something like ISO. Oh, I don't know. I don't think any language will have standards the same way C++, or CXX does. It's handled by a specific company. Oh, what is this? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, this is bad. I've probably been clipped out of context. I'm so tired of people going, ooh, Rust, ooh, Rust, ooh, Rust, ooh, Rust, ooh, Rust, ooh, Rust. And it's like, why? Give me a good reason why. That's all I want. And nobody does that. I'm just like, thank you. Thank you for the clip. I appreciate that. That was great. That was a good clip. Thank you for that. Yeah, I think honestly, I do think WASM is a good example of how Rust could be super powerful. Yeah, for sure. And as a matter of fact, I think if you really think about it, comparing Rust to being able to take over the front end world, right? To comparing Rust to just like replacing C and C++, like, which one's more impactful, chat? Like, come on. Would you rather have Rust just make it so that we could just replace C++ and C? Or would you rather make it so that Rust could like fucking radically change how we do front ends? You know what I mean? And that's why I'm like, get me there. Get me to that radical change. That's what I want to see, man. That's what I'm excited about, World started a function, take whatever input, correct type, whether, oh, yeah, you're answering. Yes. Did he just bleep himself? Yes, I did. I do it a lot. Yeah, it's FOMO. JS Rust. I don't know if I agree with that one. Or wanting validation for the language choices we use. That's fair. I mean, honestly, I think, to be completely honest, like, it's a bit of an insecurity. Real talk. If you aren't insecure about what you use, then you can focus more on just building software. I'm gonna be real on that one. I've been in that boat. I'm saying it as somebody who's gone through it. I write what I write in now because I'm comfortable in it and I enjoy it. And once I get comfortable with other languages, then I will use them too. Yeah, FOMO is a pretty good explanation. It creates this feeling that I'm wasting my time on learning something else that's not the hottest or the best in the field right now. It sounds silly, I know, and you should focus on the problem, not the tools. It's not silly. I mean, the reality of it is tons of people are being affected by it daily. That's just the truth of it. You know what I mean? I even dude, you don't think I have FOMO sometimes of seeing everybody using Rust and I'm just like, huh? But then I look at it, bro, and I'm just like, okay, what am I going to do? Spend the next fucking 60 hours trying to learn all this stuff and catch up. It's like, I can't do that right now. You know what I mean? Without better reasoning. And that's okay. It is okay to be too busy sometimes, as long as it's warranted, you know? I started using it lately. It's a great language, but I don't feel it's a low-level language by any means. I can't even my own memory without Rust compiler crying over me all the time. You can't even manage. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I started it because I got bored of C++. Yeah, exactly. And again, definitely in the same boat, dude. I've worked with so many languages. That is another big reason why it's super interesting to me. You know what I mean? For sure. And I think that's a valid reason. 100%. Passion is what keeps us going in this business, man. You know? How do you make line where the strings, you mean this, you mean these ones right here? Just look at my dot files. Yeah, look at my dot files. It's a plugin in one of my dot files. I can't remember exactly which one. Yeah, I can't remember exactly which one. I think it's like indent blank line. I think that's what it's called. Vim indent blank line. Yeah, I think it's this. I could be wrong, but I think this is it. Or something like it. That AWS IAM policy is not going to create itself. Oh, we're gone. You guys just wanted to start fighting about Rust, so now we're stuck in it, man. now I don't think anything else is happening. I want to say this too. I appreciate you guys being honest and being like FOMO. I do appreciate that. Honesty is the most great thing we appreciate the most here. Redis oxide, a multi-threaded implementation of Redis C. There it is. That's great. I love the fact that I called it and somebody made it that already. That's funny. Yo, what's up, Slinks? How's it going? That's cool. I'll take a look at that. I appreciate you guys sharing me. BG, big brain, next gen paradigm thinking. We leave programming thinking and we think about product and biz. Yeah, dude, that'll really get us far. Screw trying to do things right, man. Let's just make money. Actually, it's kind of fair in some regards too. Haskell has like one use case to configure xmonad and pandoc. What places in the world use a lot of it? Yeah, Europe for sure. For some reason, it's very popular in Europe. Like not Haskell, but like functional programming languages are very popular. Again, that's just from my experience of the past 4 or 5 years streaming on Twitch and talking to tons of people. Is there a reason for that? Like, did it gain popularity from a specific historical trend and event in the history? So I think the best way I can answer that is you need to really be aware of your own proximity. And what I mean by that is if you are only consuming Twitch and Twitter and YouTube, then maybe, right? You've got to remember that these platforms are about getting you to click on things and like them. That is not part of being an engineer. Part of being an engineer is not just liking software and using it. Part of being an engineer is thinking about why you use a piece of software. And to be honest with you, if we did that with everything of technology on the internet, nothing would get liked. So you got to be super aware of that. That hype does not mean solution. It just means hype. And I think it has a lot of hype. A lot of good hype. Again, not bad. Not bad. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, I think it does have a lot of hype. I am excited to see where that hype takes us, right? That's what I'm interested in. That's what I'm excited about. I want to see where that hype takes us. Right now, it's just a lot of hype. And some really cool projects coming out of it. Don't get me wrong. There are some very cool projects coming out of it, but it's not every day yet. You know what I mean? It's not as often as other languages yet, I guess is all I'm saying. Is there a reason? So that's what I think it is. I think there's just a lot of hype around it right now because it is a cool thing to learn. It is. I'm not going to say it's not. Is Nest.js more functional programming framework or class-oriented? Well, Nest.js is written in JavaScript, and JavaScript's class-oriented. So, well, it's not class-oriented, but it's object-oriented, I guess. Let me catch up with chat. I'm almost there. It could be, but I don't see it happening for another 5 years. JavaScript will replace by WASM. Hopefully. Hey, man, how's the life? Hey, Verbatim, how's it going? Hello, hello. Life is going pretty good. Going all right. I'm totally on the WASM train. I am as well. Can you use WASM with any language? Basically Go? I think so, but yeah, I think it's preferred with Rust right now. Yeah, I think the best experience with it is Rust, which is cool. You know, that'll help us get us closer to a possible solution for something. I got you. Hey, girl, are you a security token service? Because I'd like to get caller identity on your number. That's pretty good, B-Vector. I appreciate that one. That's pretty good. Good God, we just spent 45 minutes arguing about Rust. This is why you don't need to learn Rust. It's a complete time sink. Oh my God, I just looked at how long I've been sitting here talking to you guys about this stupid... I'm kidding. Oh, wow. I was not expecting that, though. I looked up and I was like, good God. Yeah, we've been talking about this for a second now. Holy crap. Let me catch up. Honestly, as far as the cool languages go, I think Go and Rust are up there while Elixir is still trying to still. I agree. I super agree. I think they're both up there. I really do. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Yeah. I'm happy with replacing C and C++. I think anybody is happy with replacing C and C++. I do wish there was a Rust C++ cross compiler. I mean, make it, you know. I want to. I love that. As a C dev for electronics, I find Go syntax cute. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that a lot of people look at Go syntax and just go like, isn't this just JavaScript? Because that's what Go was supposed to do. You know what I mean? Go was supposed to like make it easier to write C, I think is what it was. It was C, right? It was like C. It was like they wanted to take the easeability of JavaScript and then make it low level. Again, if there's anybody out there who knows Go like I do, at least, I'm pretty sure that was the original intent. Was Google was like, we want to use something that is, you know, more lower level, but also really easy to work with. And, you know, we can compile to a binary and it can be statically typed and all this stuff. But like, that's kind of why Go looks a little bit like, you know, a scripting language. Because they wanted it to be easy to use. Malleable, I think is the word we're looking for. Yo, what's up, Crash? How's it going? Part of an engineer is writing good Jira stories. Dude, more than you know. Is there a schedule for the streams? Yes. It's kind of just announced. However, we do have like a strict schedule normally of Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And those are Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time is when I start. That's just when I start. So I start Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays anywhere between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. And then we'll go until, you know, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like that. We also have our streams on Saturdays. If you guys don't know, we have a co-hosted channel here. It's co-hosted by myself as well as my good friend Atoda. I almost said BG. My good friend Atoda. And Atoda is brand new to programming. And so if you guys want to get a more, you know, starting perspective on programming, learning about, you know, the basics like building front ends, building back ends, connecting the two, all that stuff, that's what that show is for on the weekends. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. You don't sit here arguing about Rust for 45 minutes and get nothing done. Bro, I was supposed to make an assume role policy and you nerds just made me go down this stupid Rust rant. This is your fault, chat, all right? I just wanted to program. That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to program. Let's talk about Perl. Oh, God. No, let's not talk about Perl. Hate to be this guy, but I was restrained for time. Oh, dude, you're so welcome to ask me about my keyboard. It's the literal reason why. It's there. It's called a Moonlander. It's my favorite keyboard. You know, personal preference, but I really love it. BG, check out Vector, written in Rust and valuable in DevOps. Ooh, okay. Oh, by Datadog. Nice. All right. A lightweight, ultra fast tool for building observability pipelines. This is cool. I've never heard it. See, Tech at Scale, I love you, man. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Listen, this is the last thing I'll say about Rust, okay? And again, it's fine. Like, I love it, but I also want to be proven wrong. Like I'm not sitting here with a closed mind just being like, No, I'm not. I want to see this stuff because I want to use Rust. I do, chat. I do. But I need a practical reason for it. I need a practical reason for it, man. I do. I need one. You're not allowed to use Rust. You heard it, chat. BG loves me. I love you all. You know that. You know that. This is cool. Yeah, this is kind of the stuff I want to see, for sure. These are the cool kind of problems that I want to see. Interesting. Sources, structure, and then syncs. Collect, transform, and route all your logs and metrics with one simple tool. Damn. This is pretty cool. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, thank you. Oh, damn. That's cool. Tech at Scale, can I ask you where you work? Is that okay? If you don't want to tell me, it's fine, but... That's right. That's right. I think I remember you sharing me this now. Cool, cool, cool. Very cool. Your last name starts with a D, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just making sure I'm connecting all the lines here. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. That's dope, man. That's cool. How do you like the Moonlander? Got the Advantage 360 as my first type of keyboard. So I'm gonna be real as well. I do think the Advantage 360 is a pretty bitchin' keyboard. The 360 was not out when I bought my keyboard. It was just the fucking skateboard thing that they've got. The huge brick that you can just put on your desk and beat somebody to death with if you wanted to. So I like split keys, right? Like you can see, I like the ability to just like move around and enjoy myself. I got the Moonlander especially for that reason, but also, and this is where I will contrast simply the Kinesis. The Moonlander is just more featurey in the sense of like prettiness, really. The Kinesis is really advantaged in the sense that it has the concave, the like concave typing, which is very cool. I think it's very interesting, and one of the reasons why I want to try it. However, my keyboard has LEDs. So yeah, that was a big reason as to why I got mine. I think they're both great keyboards. In all seriousness, I don't like, again, I haven't tried the Kinesis 360. I know for a fact it's pretty cool and has like really cool things about it. But when I bought my keyboard, like and like another thing too is like the I don't know if it can do this, but for example, if you look at like keyboard in chat and then you go to like my layout, you'll notice that like the Moonlander has like a ton of like layer optimizations, and I really like that concept of layers. I don't know if the Kinesis can do that or not. Like it may be able to, and now I can just shut up. But what's really dope about the Moonlander is it's very like macro focused. Every key can be a macro if you want it to be. Every key can do like 3 different things if you wanted to. Like for example, look at this one here. When I tap it, it does escape. But when I press and hold it, it actually opens up my windows. Right? And so it's like things like that are really cool. On top of it, the Moonlander does also come with this really, really nice user. Like it's just I guess what I mean to say is it's like it's very much a feature complete product where you get a really nice user interface to customize your keyboard. You have tons of options that you can customize. Like I've got 3 layouts. My base layout here, right? My modifier layout, which gives me like F1s and like look, I can even move my mouse if I wanted to. See, look at that. I'm moving my mouse with my keyboard. Right? And then if I wanted to, like I can do page down and stuff. And then I have like my gaming layout, which basically allows me to do this, which I actually do this a lot, which I'll unplug the second thing. I'll put this over here and then I'll move my mouse in closer like this. And now I can game. Right? And like this is literally how I play most first person shooters and stuff like that, just with one of the two units. So like these are the really cool things I really love about Moonlander, you know what I mean? It doesn't mean you can't do some of these things with the Kinesis or not, you know what I mean? I'm just simply saying that these are things I like about it, you know? And again, I do think the Kinesis is a really good keyboard. So you know, no matter what, you'll probably be pretty happy with it. Whoa. The fudge? Oh, hold on. There we go. Yeah. Are there any benefit? Oh, here. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be blinding you guys. Let's move to something that's not as bright. Oh, here. Let's just go here. Do map a semicolon and control on the key? Yeah, you can do that. Absolutely. You can do whatever you want. My control key is Z. So like if I tap it like this, right? I have Z. But then if I press and hold, you notice how it's not giving me any more Z's. That's because now it's in control mode. Right, so yeah, you could totally do stuff like that for sure. Wasted gaming on ortholinear still messes me up. It does me too sometimes. Like again, when I play first-person shooters, my control is Z, right? So like I actually crouch with Z. Oregon T, how's it going? I am Water Tea. Sorry, that's what your name made me think of. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, I was like, what? I am Water Tea. Oh, true. I'm just about to stop my stream. Oh, hi, True. How's it going? True, I was about to raid you, dude. I'm not even kidding. I was literally about to raid you. Hi, everybody from Mewtwo stream. How's it going? Hi. Hello. Pass it on. Yeah, that's what I'm probably going to do. I've been going for 5 hours, dude. Hi, everybody from Mewtwo stream. Hi. True, I hope you're doing well, by the way. You guys should be getting something soon. We shipped out all the stuff, so you guys should be getting your hoodie like within the next day or two. And I know like some of our other friends have been getting them, so you guys definitely should be too. Welcome everybody. Hi, my name is BG. I'm one of the co-hosts of the Alta 4 stream. You just got brought over here by the wonderful True. Thank you so much, True. Shout out as well to our wonderful friend. Again, hope you and VJJ are good. Be sure to give her a follow. If you guys don't know me, I am, again, BG. I'm one of the co-hosts of the Alta 4 stream. I work in DevOps. I have worked in front end, back end. I've done a lot of different things, and I've been doing this for a little while now. Today, I have actually been working on migrating our recording pipeline. So we're pretty nerdy here. I really don't try and do anything that's not automated if I can avoid it. And so I built this system here that makes it so that I can take a VOD and then it gets automatically converted so that I can edit it. That's the TLDR on it. And so for the past couple days, we've been working on moving this whole recording pipeline, as we call it, to the cloud. And until about an hour and a half ago, when somebody brought up Rust, and then I just decided to go off on like 9,000 rants, this is what we were working on. Inexpensive is not wrong. I basically ended up going down a Rust rant. So if you want to know more about that, check the VOD. However, as I said, we've been working on this primarily, getting this set up with an Amazon and all this other stuff. But yeah, thank you again, True, for the raid. I appreciate you. Thank you. Welcome again, everybody from True stream. I hope you had a good stream. I hope it was fun. I'm going to make you guys raid somebody else. I've been going for 5 hours, chat. And this happens from time to time where us streamers don't realize we're raiding somebody else who's about to leave. So I'm going to see if I can find and take you guys to somebody that you will enjoy as well. But yeah, hold on. Sorry. Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to do something here. But yeah. I honestly, guys, I think I am gonna have to call it here. I don't want to waste too much of your guys' time, or at least anybody from the raid. So don't worry, I'm gonna send you off to somebody who hopefully you will enjoy as well. But thank you again, everybody who hung out with me today. I sincerely appreciate it. If you are again new to the channel, please be sure to check out that little blurb there about us. We also have the Discord, so if you're very interested in having nerdy conversations like this or just hearing me rant, you're more than welcome to join the Discord. It's a pretty awesome place, too, if you ever have questions or anything like that. Our Discord is definitely focused on help. So we have multiple sections here where you can ask about DevOps, you can ask about Nix, you can ask about programming in general. We also have other conversations about DevOps and all that stuff, too. So if you ever want to, learn more about these things, be sure to check out our Discord. Outside of that, we also have YouTube, which we are slowly growing. The first channel is going to be more of the curated, like custom content, the stuff you don't see on stream. Again, there's not a lot here yet, but I have a lot of videos planned. Don't worry, they're on their way. There's kind of a course I'm doing right now, so hold on. Outside of that, we also have our VOD. So these do get updated periodically, and if you're ever curious about anything you saw on stream, infrastructure automation, Nix, technical discussions, backend development, open source development, all these things, be sure to check out the archives. Now, I do want to say this really quickly while I have you here. If you've ever been curious about DevOps, I am doing my first ever front-end master's course on DevOps. This is a big deal because I am going to be, for the first time ever in my perspective, or in my mind at least, going to be teaching DevOps the way it should be. There's not a lot of really great stuff out there right now on DevOps and what it really is. It's poorly defined. And so this was something I really wanted to do, because I want people to leave this not wondering what DevOps actually is anymore. And so the first thing we're going to try and tackle in this workshop is definitely going to be defining the why, what, and who for DevOps at any company, being empowered to create standards and rules within an organization to create better practices around common developer problems, right? Help define reliable problem solving through collaboration and technical documentation. And then, of course, take your first steps into career of DevOps. So I highly recommend you guys keep your eyes out for that. We'll be streaming it next Tuesday. And it will be free, at least for you to be able to catch it live. It'll be on our channel as well as Front End Masters website as well. So be sure to at least check that stuff out too. Outside of that, we also have our social media. Be sure to follow us on the Twitters and stuff to know when we're going live and all that. Yeah, that's real. Oh, one other thing too as well. The wiki. Yeah, the wiki is where you can always catch some stuff too. What time does it start? It says right here. It's going to start 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Central. So it'll be 10:30 Pacific and all that kind of stuff. So yeah. Highly recommend it, chat. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a really good one. And again, it's hopefully at the bare minimum going to set your expectations around DevOps properly. All right, so guys, I'm going to find us somebody to raid here. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I really, really appreciate it. True, thank you for the raid, by the way. I'm sorry that I gotta keep it moving for you, but I'll take care of your wonderful community nonetheless. And again, thank you guys for being here with me today. What's the price? It's going to be free. The actual live stream will be free. So you guys can just check that at, basically any time. It will be paid for if you miss the stream, basically. Yeah. You know what? Let's go raid Metal and Coffee. If you guys do not know Metal and Coffee, she is awesome. She's a very, very fun person. And so let's go say hi to her. Guys, I just want to say, has follower. Okay, so, let's go raid her. We'll go raid her. We might need to make sure she has her follow off. Well, let's go raid Metal and Coffee. Guys, again, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. Really do appreciate it. Be sure to check all the links. Again, tomorrow, chat, we will be here for Alta 4 streams. Don't forget, tomorrow is a TOTUS stream where it's more of a beginner's focused stream about front end, back end development, all of that cool stuff. So I hope to see you there. If not, I hope to see you in the Discord. Again, thank you guys so much for all the support today, the love, the raid as well. True. Thank you. And enjoy Metal and Coffee's stream. All right, guys. Peace out. Love you. Have a good one.